Testing, testing. 10 o'clock, we're back on. Again, as with yesterday, we'll have a 15-minute break at some point in the morning. We'll have an hour for lunch, a 15-minute break in the afternoon, and we will knock it off somewhere between 4:30 and 5. So that's, all those things are the same. Yeah, that's our goal. And let's turn to staff.
Good morning, Chairman Barve and Commissioners. Ruthie Herman for staff. Chairman Barve, may I ask one preliminary matter, sir?
Sure.
Section 3-104E4 of the Public Utilities article requires staff to complete the record for necessary information. After the proceeding paused yesterday, we went back to our offices and we checked our email and we learned that we were served yet another revision to witness Lemming's testimonies. We were served at 10:11 a.m. I'd like permission to approach the Executive Secretary and offer this as Staff Exhibit 1.
Please proceed.
Okay. Send these down the line. Thank you.
This is what we filed.
We,
Yeah, this is what I think this is what we filed. Yeah. Oh wait, I've got 2 copies of it. Rob, do you have this?
I do not.
We're concerned for a number of reasons, one of which we don't think it's clear what was actually entered into evidence yesterday as Pepco number 3 and Pepco number 4. What was served to us, which we didn't know until the proceeding paused, was ML 329426. This is what was handed out to us yesterday morning, and perhaps the record can reflect that these documents are dissimilar in size. We're concerned on multiple levels, and the case has become so muddied. The record has become so muddied. We have some concerns, and we're not willing to say this yet, but it could be possible that the case has to be dismissed because it has become so muddied. It started out as a very complex case, filed October of 2025. We'd like this admitted as Staff 1.
so noted.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question. Do you feel confident that you know what's before us, or do you feel confident that you understand everything that's been presented so that you can properly continue?
As of the filing of the surrebuttal testimony, yes, absolutely. As of the filing of the Friday night's documents, and then this Monday morning, I don't know is my answer. And I wonder if Pepco knows what's in their case. I was disturbed yesterday during the cross-examination of the witness when AOBA counsel was reading something, the same thing I was reading, downloaded from the Commission's website, and counsel for Pepco was reading something different. So that has caused us grave concern. And again, we're not recommending dismissal at this time, but we need to reflect upon it.
Are you prepared to cross the?
Yes, sir.
Well,
We'd like to go ahead with that.
Okay. Well, let's do that, and then all of these issues we'll take under advisement. And I want to remind the witness you're still under oath. Let's proceed in that fashion and see where it carries us. Would you like to make any comment on this?
Just to hopefully provide some clarity, Your Honor. The company filed, I believe, on April the 17th. We clearly indicated which parts of the various testimonies we were going to be removing. in light of the removal of the forward-looking test year in this case. Consistent with the commission's order that asked for clean and red line copies, we did provide those on Friday. In light of the documents that were filed on Monday morning, we noticed that for two of Mr. Lemming's testimonies, the direct confidential part 2 and the rebuttal part 1, there were still parts that should have been removed. But so we refiled those so that they are consistent with the chart that we filed on April the 17th. So all the parties had notice on what parts of the testimony would be removed, and it was just an administrative oversight, Your Honor, that we had to refile the testimonies yesterday morning. That being said, it was the company's intent yesterday to enter into evidence the versions of Mr. Lemming's testimonies that were consistent with that chart. So if that alleviates staff's concern.
Go ahead, Suchman.
So I actually was going to ask some questions about it, but I am also confused. Yesterday there were changes to the chart in the rebuttal testimony, which is different than the chart in the direct testimony. Are you saying that there was a clerical error in the chart in the direct testimony? This is the chart of plant additions. Is that what we're talking about? I mean, I'm trying to. This was testimony that was made yesterday by Mr. Lemming, who was clarifying some numbers in the direct testimony chart, and I don't really understand. Was this a clerical error, or are you making changes to the testimony? And is that your concern? Because that has consistently been a concern of mine, is that I feel like there are numbers and I'm having trouble connecting the dots.
Which chart are you referring to, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm looking at RTL-3, and there's an RTL-3 in the direct testimony, and there's an RTL-3 in rebuttal testimony. And yesterday, Mr. Lemming had made changes to the first two lines, where he said that he was trying to correct the record so that the direct testimony matched the rebuttal testimony. Okay. Mm-hmm. Are you saying that the direct testimony, those first two lines, were an error, or are you changing your was he changing the testimony? Because the numbers are different now. I mean, they went from total plant closings of 283 million to 349 million. When between the direct and the rebuttal, was that a clerical error, or was he changing his testimony?
I'll have to defer.
I'll ask Mr. Lemming that.
Okay.
Well, you're first in line for questions.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just trying to get clarity before Ms. Herman starts her questioning, because I really feel like I don't have a really good handle on the numbers, and I'm concerned that we're going to keep going down this path of problems in numbers. And I just also want to say that when we had asked for redlining to take out the forward-looking test year, Mr. Lemming's testimony is replete with forward test year language, that it has remained, and I don't know why it's still there. And I'm not going to. I mentioned it yesterday, but when you tell us that you've taken out the forward-looking test year language, you have not in its entirety, and that's particularly the case with Mr. Lemming's testimony. But if I could just, you can respond to that, but if I could just get some clarity on what it is that you were doing yesterday between direct and rebuttal. Were you actually changing your testimony, or were you adding, or was it a clerical error?
So yesterday I walked through, in my rebuttal testimony, before that was filed, we had discovered what I would say is a clerical error in the numbers in a schedule in my direct testimony. It did not impact the revenue requirement we were requesting. It did not impact the rates we were requesting. And we viewed it as something we could let the parties know. There was a clerical error there. Here's what the right number should have been. We are going to update this in rebuttal. And we did update it in rebuttal. We had testimony in my rebuttal that explained what was changed and why, and that it did not impact the revenue requirement. We wanted all parties to have that information for their analysis, and so we made that update and provided that testimony in rebuttal. I was just trying to make clear yesterday the where that clerical error appeared in my direct, so that it could be reflected there as well.
Okay, so clerical error, I understand the sort of the idea of clerical error, but you've almost doubled the amount of plant additions. Can you explain to me how that was a clerical error?
Certainly. So the revenue requirement we had in the case was our plant and service numbers that came from our accounting records and the revenue requirement. Those were all sourced right out of our ledger. They were accurate. There was no issues with that number, so nothing impacted the substance of the rates we were requesting, the revenue requirements we were requesting. We noticed, as we've discussed in cases, folks want information on a project-by-project basis about what went into that, and we tried to develop schedules to help provide information on that. And in that, noticed that we had that formulaic error on those two cells that caused that issue. Again, we tried to let everyone know that was there. It didn't impact the revenue requirement, didn't impact the rate, so it wasn't going to flow through all of the requests in the proceeding. And we tried through that process to let everyone know and make clear what was going on with that.
But there are consequences to this. I mean, these plant additions will have consequences for years to come because you're going to earn a return. The more you put in plant, the more return you will earn. It has consequences, even if it has no consequences for the revenue requirement now. It just seems, I guess I'm not really, and I'm going to send it back to Ms. Herman, but I just wanted to, I'm just expressing my own concern that I don't feel like I'm getting really clear sense of where the numbers are. So why don't I turn it back to you?
I think you might not be the only person who feels that way, but go ahead, Ms.
If I might offer, I don't know if this will help or make it worse. A lot of the numbers I had in my testimony too were all related to the forecasted test year. As company witness Nelson comes up, he also had a fulsome testimony and record supporting the revenue requirement that supported the traditional test year, and any numbers going into that.
Right, but that's not going to affect 2024 to 2025 plant additions. That's something that already happened. So whether you're using forecasted or historic, those numbers should be the same.
Ms. Herman?
Perhaps I can answer this way. The first part of our cross-examination of this witness this morning will consist of examining mail log 329413, which contains schedule RTL, Mr. Lemming, -3. And we're going to go to page 2 of 3, and we have printed out copies. That's what I'd like. And then we have additional questions to examine for the cross-examination of this witness. And that's what I have to offer.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. May I approach the witness and the executive secretary? Yeah.
Please do.
And let's send these down.
Thank you. Is there, oh.
Yes.
Is this same thing?
There you go.
Mr. Lemming, you have in front of you Staff Exhibit 2.
That's easier to read.
And Your Honor, we'd like that identified as Staff Exhibit 2. Thank you. And that's RTL-3 ML 329413. Mr. Lemming, if we could ask you to go to page 2 of 3. And if you could confirm that that contains 2025 projected plant additions.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Is this part of Pepco's traditional test year compliance filing?
No, it is not.
Okay. Mr. Lemming, did Pepco provide a schedule of all fiscal year 2025? That's October 1, 2024 to September 30, 2025 actual plant closings.
I do not believe we have a schedule on that. Company witness Nelson presented our cost of service that aligns with that period. And in discovery, I believe that information was requested by parties and provided throughout the course of the proceeding.
So that was yes?
I said no schedule with that specific information. We had a cost of service for that period. Parties requested the information you just described, and it was provided in discovery to parties.
So it was yes via discovery, but not in the case. It sounds like that's what you're saying. It was provided in
You
discovery.
asked if it was a schedule we filed, so I guess I'm saying no to the schedule, but
Okay.
yes, we have provided it.
Okay. Not in the schedule. Not in the schedule in the case. Okay. I'd like to request, Chairman Barvey, that staff 2 be admitted into the evidentiary record.
So noted.
Permission to approach?
Granted.
Is that this? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we'd like permission to mark this as staff 3.
So noted.
And for the record, staff 3 consists of Pepco's responses to staff data requests 7, 54, 56, and part of staff data request 48. We have circulated this to Council for Pepco, and I believe they will support its verification and ask that it be admitted into the evidentiary record.
Your Honor, my only concern is that Mr. Lemming, a lot of these DRs do not have his name on them, so I don't believe that he can vouch for those. He can vouch for the ones that have his name on them.
That's fine.
Okay. So the ones that have its name on them? Okay.
Mr. Lemming, we'd like to ask you to turn to Pepco's response to 7-5. And if your first tab opens you to 7, and I have to ask you to turn to the page with 5, which is a couple pages into this. Yeah, if you and your the bench, all of your packets are tabbed with the beginning of the data request. So if we could ask you all to turn to 7-5, so you have to unfortunately go a couple pages in to 7-5. Thank you.
Okay, I think most
And
of us are there.
I would also request that everyone hold on to this. We've made a limited number of copies, and there'll be questions for other witnesses in this packet. Thank you. So, Mr. Lemming, could we ask you to read into the record the part of the response to 7-5 that begins with, "This project should be considered"?
Certainly, the response says this project should be considered DC specific, and any spend related to this project should not have been allocated to Maryland.
That's enough. Yeah, thank you, sir. Mr. Lemming, How did a DC-specific project get incorrectly allocated to Maryland?
So I think this relates to when we do a jurisdictional cost of service study. We have the task of trying to go through all of the assets that are on our book and try to use reasonable means and methods to allocate them across jurisdictions. We have a subset of plant items that we call general plant, and IT projects fall into general plant. And so we take those plant records that are in those accounts, and we have an allocation methodology that's in our cost of service that allocates them. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I'd have to see what's in this study, but let's, for example, say 55% to Maryland, 45% to DC. That's kind of a blanket rule for all projects that fall into that plant category. Over the years, we have determined through a lot of regulatory precedent that when you do cost of service studies, some of it is more art than science, and right, it becomes very difficult to go job by job by job by job by job to the utilities books and say this one's 78% DC, 22% Maryland, and do project-specific allocations. And so we try to look at things in terms of an asset category to simplify that, and that's been accepted through regulatory proceedings. We do have very, very limited one-off situations where a project that's in a general category, provide a benefit to one jurisdiction, but does not have that ability to provide that benefit to another. And that has to be manually handled through adjustments to treat that project differently than the entire subset of general projects that fall into that plant bucket. I would say this project represents one of those very unique circumstances where you have a general project that should have some sort of benefit to either jurisdiction that we have to manually go through and adjust. And unfortunately, as this project was set up, it did not get coded in a way that it captured that manual intervention was needed. And unfortunately, it had to make that recognition here, adjust it in rebuttal, and take it out. Obviously not something we take lightly and ever want to have happen in our cases, but was something we observed here just due to the very unique nature of this IT project and how it really applied to very specific DC matters that were not applicable in Maryland.
Mr. Lemming and members of the bench, may we ask you to turn to the tab for DR 56, and that's going to be in your packet, the second to last tab. And Mr. Lemming, could we ask you to read the sentence that starts, plant closings presented. So go to your response, which is about halfway
Sorry.
down. Yeah, I'm
So you
sorry.
took me to
No,
DR
take your time.
You took me to DR 56, which question? And
Question number 1. Oh, and Mr. Lemming, thank you. Could you confirm that you either sponsored this response, or you either wrote it, or it was prepared under your supervision?
I co-sponsored this
Okay.
DR.
Okay. And if you could read the sentence, and I'll tell you where to find it. If you go to the response, the second paragraph, 4 lines in, tell me when you're there. The third word is the 1, 2, 3, 4th sentence that begins the plant closings, or it's a phrase.
Certainly. It says the plant closings represented are distribution general assets, which are allocated between Maryland and the District of Columbia, consistent with longstanding commission precedent, explained by company witness Lemming's direct testimony, part 2, at page 38, lines 6 to 9.
Okay. And you may have explained part of this a few minutes ago, but if you could explain Pepco's process for identifying and recording capital projects which are sub-transmission assets.
I'm sorry, this asks about distribution general. You want me to describe subtransmission?
Yes, because I actually now need you to go to ITN 77475, and that's the paragraph above that. So please go to A, ITN 77475, and read those first two sentences. Thank you.
the first two sentences of A. It says ITN 77475 reflects 69 kV aged, self-contained fluid-filled underground cables that are found to be defective and require emergency replacement, as shown in column D.
That's good. That's good. Thank you, sir. Now, could you go up? Question number 1A. Could you read the project label, what it's called? Could you read that in A as we listed in our question?
Sure, it's ITN 77475, damaged equipment, replace DC.
Okay, that's good. So how is the commission supposed to be able to figure out when there's a project that's labeled DC? How's the commission supposed to interpret that? Are they supposed to say, well, now we have to check and see that it's Maryland and DC? Is it a mistake? Is it DC only? How's the commission supposed to figure that out?
I don't think I would expect the commission to just look at a project's name and try to draw inference about how it impacts the cost of service study. I would look to testimonies and witnesses like myself and Mr. Nelson that have sponsored jurisdictional cost of service studies that explain how we do these allocations of assets, which is really irrespective of the location they happen to be in. Perhaps I think we should probably get away from putting a location on a project name, because from a jurisdictional cost of service study, where an asset is doesn't really define its function and how it benefits various customers in various service territories. So if you go to my
So when you say where an asset is, you mean the physical location?
physical location of an asset, right? So we can have and you were referring to our sub-transmission assets. In my testimony, and if you'd like, I can go there. I have section 6 of my testimony that talks about the allocation of cost to distribution into Maryland. We have processes by where we look at the function of an asset, what its use is, how it benefits our system and customers and operates. And based on those rate-making principles, we will allocate it across jurisdictions. Our sub-transmission assets are a category of that asset that provide network-wide benefits to all customers. And so it doesn't matter if it's in Maryland or DC, it's going to benefit our whole system and all of our customers. And so we'll allocate that in accordance with our jurisdictional cost of service study, using the means and methods that are in there that have been reviewed and approved by the commission over many decades.
Mr. Lemming, could we ask you to toggle over to 56-1B? I think you're close to 56-1B. I think you have that page open.
Yes, I'm there.
And I think you already read that. If you could read that again. Pardon me for 1 second. Okay. I think you just read it, but if I could impose, if you could read one more time, where 56-1B's response starts, the plant clothing's presented. If you could read that, because I have a question that I didn't ask you before. The plant clothing's presented are?
The plant closings presented are distribution general assets, which are allocated between Maryland and the District of Columbia.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, thank you, sir. And you read that before. I appreciate it. Thank you. So the process that you described earlier, did that apply to distribution general assets, which are allocated between Maryland and D.C., District of Columbia?
Yes, if you turn to page 30 of my, I believe it's my direct testimony. I'm at page 30, line 2. I say the company has also maintained its method of allocating distribution general and intangible plant to jurisdictions based on the subtransmission and distribution plant less the AFUDC ratio, which was most recently accepted by the Commission in its approval of the jurisdictional cost of service study in case number 9702.
Now I'm going to ask you a slightly different question, Mr. Lemming. How does this appear in the accounting system, in Pepco's accounting system? You've described a methodology, but how does it appear in the accounting system?
Can you clarify how does what appear?
The allocation between District of Columbia and Maryland. What do Maryland customers have to pay for?
The allocation is not in our accounting system. It is in the jurisdictional cost of service study that we file within a rate case. We pull in our plant balances for our distribution FERC accounts. So you have your whole uniform system of FERC accounts that categorizes plant assets into generation assets, transmission assets, distribution assets, common and general assets. and then we go account by account through all of this category of assets, and we have an allocation factor that we apply to them in our jurisdictional cost of service studies. And that is what gets attached to my testimony for the future, the fully forecasted test year, as well as company witness Nelson had a jurisdictional cost of service study for the traditional test year that show for each and every FERC account for the plant balances within that account, here's how they get allocated between Maryland and DC, and that's been consistent with how we've presented those for all of our rate cases over the past adventure century or however long we've been doing rate cases since being a multi-jurisdictional utility.
And so you're talking about how you present it and how you file it here. But suppose we have auditors that go down to Pepco and say, Mr. Lemming, we want to see on your books right now, what are Maryland customers paying for and what are they not paying for when you have these cross-jurisdictional projects? What would you tell them? That we have to file a rate case to find out?
If I want to know what they're paying for, I would look at our last approved rate case and what was in that and how those assets got allocated, and I'd say that's what customers are currently paying for.
Request to approach, Mr. Chairman.
Granted.
Let me see here. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that should be enough.
Here it is.
Mr. Lemming, could I ask you to identify the heading at the top of this page? It says Proceedings, Volume 1. Could you just read across the top, sir?
Proceedings, Volume 1, hearing March 7, 2024.
And on the right-hand side, it says?
PSC case number 9702.
Okay. And at the bottom, it says, does it say CRC Solomon, Inc.?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. And could I ask you to read, starting with line 3, sir?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't think a proper foundation's been laid for this. This is a portion of a transcript, and I don't even believe Mr. Lemming is mentioned on this page.
Well, I haven't offered into evidence. I'm just asking him to read. Well, I think we can see visually that it's a page from the transcript. We can get the whole transcript and print it out, but I haven't offered it into evidence. I'm just asking him to read it right now.
And I'm saying you haven't laid a proper foundation. Is this witness even familiar with this?
Well, this was case 9702.
There were lots of witnesses in case number 9702.
Well, this is about, and Barnett is not here.
Correct.
And this is about finance. Well, that's Chairman Barve to decide whether he can read this into the record. If you need additional information from us, we can print out the entire transcript. We can circulate it to council and ask him to be recalled tomorrow. And if not, this witness. Sorry.
I'm going to let you proceed. Overruled.
Mr. Lemming, could you read from line 3 of this document?
Mr. Barnett, you are aware that on page 2, line 18 through page 3, line 5 of staff witness Riley's surrebuttal testimony, he states that Pepco did not accept staff's recommendation to begin fiscal year reporting of capital projects beginning in 2025, correct? Would you like me to keep reading?
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
The answer is yes.
Please continue.
Next question. And on page 5, lines 13 through 15 of staff witness Riley's surrebuttal testimony, he indicates that staff maintained its position on requiring Pepco to begin reporting capital projects on a fiscal year basis starting April 1st, 2025. Has the company's position changed on providing capital projects fiscal year reporting in 2025? Answer: yes, the company now supports staff recommendation for the company to provide capital fiscal reporting beginning April 2025, and will work with staff accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Lemming. So what's the status of that?
So this was in the context, well, I don't have the whole context, so to be clear, I'm working off my memory of what went on in case number 9702 at this point. When we filed that rate case, we were dealing with the reconciliation of case number 9655, as well as the consideration of case number 9702. In those proceedings, we had a fiscal year MYP rate year that went from April 1st of every year through March 31st, 2020, March 31st of the following year. In that proceeding, we had presented capital on a calendar year basis from January through December. And we had offered reasons in 9655 for why we did that, and continued to follow that practice. And I'd say it wasn't a challenge at the time in 9655, but I don't know that folks fully really understood kind of where we were going and what the implications were going to go in all fairness. But in 9702, we noticed people started having a lot of confusion when they were comparing calendar year numbers to a rate year that was different. And we got asked in our MYPs to align the test periods, the reporting of the fiscal year capital spend with the rate year test period. We agreed to do that in our reporting in 9702 that got approved as a multi-year plan. We did transition to that April through March reporting requirements. So I think we worked with staff to deliver on that in our subsequent filings after that in 9702.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you yes or no. So at this time, Pepco is providing fiscal reporting, is providing capital project reporting on a fiscal year basis.
Well, we do not have a currently approved multi-year plan that we are doing reporting under, so we're not doing capital reporting under an MYP right now.
Okay.
I'd say in the application we had for the forecasted test year, which got removed due to the passing of the Utility Relief Act, we aligned our capital reporting with the same fiscal year that we proposed for that forecasted test year. So I would say in that request, yes, we also did comply with this, but we have since removed that from consideration due to the pending passage of the Utility Relief Act, which would not let the Commission approve that request.
Mr. Lemming, may I ask you to go back to the packet of data request responses? And I'd like you to go to I'd like you to back.
This one, read that.
Mr. Lemming, could you go to 54, excuse me, the response to 54. And that's question number 1. And at the bottom of, well, it's numbered as page 2. It's not actually a sequential page 2, but that's the number that appears at the bottom.
Sorry,
the
are we on
packet.
question 54-1?
We're on 54. Yes, sir. Thank you. And of that document, there's a second page. It says 2 at the bottom. And I'd like you to read the last paragraph beginning, "The company determined." Let me know when you get there if you need help getting there. And it's 54.
The bottom of page 2. Yep, it says the company determined that sub-transmission projects were incorrectly direct assigned to jurisdictions rather than allocated between Maryland and the District of Columbia, consistent with long-standing commission precedent.
And Mr. Lemming, how'd that happen?
Sorry, I'm going back to look at the question here on this. I guess your question is how did it happen? I do not know specifically how that happened. It was something that we discovered in reviewing the cost of service in this proceeding, and made note of and updated as we gained light of that. Again, these are not things that we ever want to have happen, take lightly, and I don't want to be in the situation of having to explain why these things happened in rate cases, and so do not take this lightly. I think we do our level best to review all of our studies and ensure the validity and accuracy of them the best we can. But unfortunately, in this situation, we're not perfect, and I think when we kind of updated our revenue requirements between rebuttal and direct, we had a few changes that led to changes in our revenue requirement of a percent or two of the revenue requirement as we corrected for these matters. But at the end of the day, shouldn't be making mistakes like this and don't want this to happen.
Your Honor, we'd like to request permission to recall this witness later in the proceeding to respond to possible cross-examination questions for Pepco's response to staff data request number 57. That hasn't been identified for evidence purposes. The parties are familiar with it. They can speak for themselves, but we'd like permission to recall this witness about that. We received the answer Sunday night.
Right. Any witness can be recalled, but as to the parameters of the questioning, we'll have to, if there's an objection from the company, I'll have to rule on that case by case. But any witness can be recalled during this case.
Thank you. Pardon me. Indulge me for one moment. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes, for now, our cross-examination of this witness.
Okay. Redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Lemming.
Good morning.
First, do you recall being asked questions by counsel for AOBA regarding the company's accounting for Kayak, CIAC?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and specifically you were asked questions about some data responses, I believe, that were pre-marked as AOBA DRs 2 and 3 that concerned that topic?
Yes, I unfortunately did not bring those back up with me today, but recall getting questions on those exhibits.
Okay. Are you able to tell me, Mr. Lemming, have all the parties had an opportunity to conduct discovery of the company's accounting of Kayak payments?
Yes, they have.
And has any party to this proceeding, have they demonstrated or even alleged that that the company's accounting for Kayak is inconsistent with, I believe you said, generally accepted accounting principles?
No, they have not.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, Mr. Lemming, did you say in one of your responses that let me ask it this way. Are the books and records of the company, are they subject to an independent audit?
Yes, they are on an annual basis.
Okay, and who's our independent auditor?
PwC.
Okay, and has PricewaterhouseCoopers, have they identified any issues or inconsistencies with the company's accounting of Kayak payments?
No, they have not. The last independent audit statement we had from them found a clean bill of standing of our financial records.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lemming, do you also recall being asked questions yesterday, this time from the Office of People's Counsel, regarding our rate case expense?
I'm sorry, can you...
In terms of the company's position on what the company is asking for recovery in terms of our rate case expense in this proceeding.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I believe the specific question was, is it the company's position that that we're still seeking cost recovery for portions of the case that were removed? I believe counsel said Mr. Tulidar's testimony as an exhibit.
Yes, I recall.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you tell everyone, for the record, why did the company Why is the company no longer seeking the forward-looking test year in this proceeding?
The company is no longer seeking the fully forecasted test year in this proceeding due to recently, I'll say it was passed by the legislature in Maryland, recently passed legislation referred to as the Utility Relief Act. I do not know, relief is an acronym that stands for something I cannot recall right now, but the Utility Relief Act was passed by the legislature at the end of this session that prohibits the commission from approving a rate case that is based on a fully forecasted test year until the time that the commission has completed a study on that rate making procedure, or I think it's April 1st or April 30th, 2027, whichever is earlier. So, in light of the recognition that the governor held a joint press release on this legislation, and it is a matter of time before he signs it and it becomes law, we recognize that the commission would not be able to approve that revenue requirement for that type of test year once that became law. And so to not have to have parties litigate something that couldn't get approved, we asked for the focus to instead be on the traditional test year that we included in this case.
Okay. And at the time that we submitted our filing in this proceeding, did the company know that there was going to be the Utility Relief Act passed with that provision?
No, the legislative session hadn't even started yet, and we had heard no such discussion of potential legislation even coming up.
Okay. And was that also the case throughout the litigation of this proceeding?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And my last issue, Mr. Lemming, is do you recall being asked questions just now by staff counsel regarding the jurisdictional cost allocation for projects that provide benefits for both the D.C. and the Maryland jurisdictions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you are aware, Mr. Lemming, has staff had an opportunity to review the company's jurisdictional cost of service study in this proceeding?
Yes, it has.
Have they submitted testimony on that?
Yes, they have.
And did staff identify any issues with our jurisdictional cost of service study in this proceeding?
Not with the means and methods employed in the study and how it went about to be proposed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed to questions from the bench. The order will be Commissioners Suchman, then Hoover, then McLean, then Linton, and as always, the chair goes last. Commissioner Suchman.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Lemming.
Good morning.
First, I want to ask you some questions about your proposal for a regulatory asset for exogenous costs. Okay, and so exogenous costs, you've said, are the costs that are sort of out of your control. Although many costs are out of your control. We could find ourselves in a situation where, the exogenous cost identifier can continue to sort of explode. I mean, you can have supply costs that are out of your control. But be that as it may, Pepco's never constrained in its ability to ask for a regulatory asset. You do it all the time in a variety of different proceedings, correct? So it's not us providing a regulatory asset for exogenous costs it's not limited to just rate cases. You can ask for it any time. Is that correct?
That is right. We've been able to ask for them at various times, and I think we've noted this proposal was just to try to promote efficiency, but don't disagree. We can request them, in due course when necessary.
Okay, and there are always storms. You build your system to anticipate storms. You harden your poles to the extent that there are places within the system that are more vulnerable. So you know storms will come, and you know that there are pension expenses. These are not surprises. You talked yesterday about legislative changes, and those could be surprises. But you know that storms will hit the Pepco service territory, and you know that you will have pension costs. Is that correct?
We know that they will exist. I think what we are trying to discuss and concerned with is the volatile nature, and I'd say the increased volatility we've seen in those costs in terms of the impacts we've seen on climate change have on storms, their frequency, their severity of the damage they're causing to the system, and the fluctuations that's causing year to year. And then on the pension side, and I think OPC's witness has recognized and agreed with our proposal here with respect to pension, that one of the biggest drivers of pension expense is our interest rates and market returns, right? And we do not have any way to anticipate what the market and interest rates are going to do in the future, and we've seen significant dislocations in those markets in recent years that have caused significant swings, if you will, in our pension expense. And so while, yes, we do know we are going to incur that expense, we don't necessarily know the magnitude of direction in which that expense might change from a year-to-year perspective.
Okay. But in your application for minor storms, you don't have a zero number. You have a number.
Oh, that's right. We have a number in there, and are proposing if actuals come in lower than that, we would defer that amount to give back to customers, or if it's higher, we would be able to defer that to seek consideration in the future of, and kind of treat it symmetrically in that fashion.
Right. That's separate and apart from this regulatory asset. You have in terms of historical test year data, the minor you have a number for minor storms.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then you also have a number for pension expenses.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So I am going to ask for a bench request for data. It would be incredibly helpful if it could actually be submitted while the case is ongoing. And I would like you, with respect to the White Flint project, and so it's going to be those first two ITN numbers, 74120 and 74121. But to the extent that there are other projects that are related to White Flint, I'd like that as well. I want you to identify all spends by year and by ITN since the project began. So I'm assuming that's 2016. And identify when the particular pieces of the project went into service. If you're dividing it, you've identified parts that are gone into service. So I'd like to know when that is. And then in the Order 89868, the Commission said that they would permit the company to recover the cost that is incurred thus far. And so I also want you to identify what costs have been recovered and whether those costs have gone, and whether those numbers have gone into rate base. Okay, so you understand everything I'm asking.
Yep.
How long do you think it will take you to submit this information? By this afternoon? No, I'm kidding. But how long do you think it would take to get the?
I'm seeing nodding. I think we probably have a lot of it through data requests we've gotten compiled in various ways, and so it's
Okay.
probably just a matter of packaging it in a way that you need. So I think we should be able to. I'd have to talk with some of my team, but within the next couple days we're in hearings here, get it to you.
That's great. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
To follow up on a couple of Commissioner Suchman's questions, on the exogenous costs, you said that part of it's related to pension expenses, and I guess your explanation was that the company has a pot of money to pay pensions, and like everybody else, including the state, you invest that money to get returns, and so if if you guess right, then things go great, but if things go awry, then you have to add money to that?
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily say we're in the game of guessing. I think we try to, diversify our assets. I'm not on our pension investing team, so I can't necessarily speak to it. But I think in general, right, you're going to be in the stock market, you're going to be investing in bonds, things like that. And so yes, I think it was in, I don't remember what the dislocation was now, whether it was COVID-19 and the interest rate shock that we had after that. I think that was probably the most recent shock we saw. You saw two things happen. You saw interest rates spike up, and that caused the stock market to drop pretty materially. As the stock market drops, our asset base had gone down, right? And so you need to now have higher pension expense to get that that pension portfolio back up to the size it needs to be going forward. There's an element of interest expense that also impacts your pension cost too. And you have to look at the future obligations that we're going to have to pay retirees out over the course of their life after they retire, and you discount those back over time, and you use kind of current prevailing interest rates. So as those go up and down, those also impact the rate at which you're discounting those future obligations back by. So both of those dynamics, interest rates and market returns, are going to impact that calculation of what we have to spend on that pension asset to maintain at the levels that are necessary to abide by our pension plans that are in place.
And you said you're not on the pension committee, but does the company use an outside firm to advise them on this, or is it all internal people?
I don't know. I know we have an internal investment management team up in the Business Services Corporation, our business services company, BSC, that handles that. So I know that we do have an internal team of folks managing this, but they may or may not rely on some outside expertise as well to help advise them.
Okay. And then on the White Flint project, yesterday you said that that project was not connected to one specific customer, but sort of a variety of customers. So I guess my question is there any concern that, some of these projects that are connected to that, not the work you're doing, but the reason why you're doing it, if those things don't happen, is there adjustments that the company's going to make, or is the White Flint project needed for other demand reasons?
So sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is, as you said, the White Flint project is designed to address a number of needs, and my understanding was that some of these needs were based on economic development situations that may occur, but also may not occur. And so what I'm trying to find out is how much of this project is related to what may be reviewed as speculative economic activity in that area, and how much of it is really related to stuff that's actually happening right now.
And I don't know all the engineering system drivers behind the project myself personally. I know through kind of my experience in discussing the project with colleagues and company witness Allo is certainly going to be very versed on it. Is it had a couple drivers that were related to load growth in the White Flint area, right? And so to your point, some of that load may or may not occur. Us as a distribution service provider, we have an obligation to provide service, right, as customers come and request it, right? And so we have to perform load studies and assess what's going to come. And we're in a position where we have to build to be able to serve that load. We can't have a customer come to us and say, well, we weren't sure if this load was going to be here or not, so now we can't give you service. So we make the best informed judgments that we can through detailed studies to support that. So that is one driver of the project. There were also reliability concerns that the project was designed to address as well. So there were multiple kind of drivers for the project in terms of reliability in the area, as well as projected load growth that it was intended to address. Hopefully that gets at your question, but if there was more, happy to try to.
And you said that one of the other witnesses might have more explicit detail on that. Who would that be?
Yes, company witness Allo, and I hate to punt questions, but he's our capacity planning expert that can talk to how we design and plan for the system as we get our load studies completed and see new development happening in regions.
Okay, all right, thanks. That's all.
Okay, McLean.
Good morning, sir. I
Good
only
morning.
have a couple questions. A lot of mine have been hit. The private letter ruling Pepco requested back in 2025. Any updates on that?
No, we are unfortunately still waiting a final ruling from the IRS.
No problem. And to follow up on, you had a conversation with Ms. Herman about a couple projects that had been misallocated. How, if at all, are customers made whole on that?
So all these projects that we're talking about are not things that they have paid for yet. These are things that we were looking to prospectively allocate in this proceeding to them. So we have corrected that at this point in the record. Our rebuttal testimony reflects the correction of these, and so our final revenue requirement would ensure that they are properly allocated and they are getting, a just and reasonable allocation coming out of this
Gotcha.
proceeding. So we're not looking at
A
correcting
completed
for-
project, okay. Okay, that was my question. All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, I got two topics that I wanted to go through. I think they'll be pretty quick. Start first with the notice of withdrawal that the company made on April 8th. The last time we spoke, after the conclusion of your first part of your testimony, I asked a couple of questions about the notification to the public, just in general, educating the consumers about what you were pursuing here. So I just happened to visit your website, and it still has information on it about the company's filing of the fully forecasted test year. Here at this hearing, both exhibits 1 and 2 noticed, as they should, the announcements of evening hearings and when they would be held. So I'm just curious as to what notifications the company has presented to your ratepayers since April 8th, when you withdrew your fully forecasted model, to let them know of the change.
I'm just thinking, I think that's probably a great point where I don't know that, I think as we were discussing yesterday, I think I shared with you, I kind of shared your surprise with the way customers were speaking about the form of a rate case and whether it's forecasted or traditional. And I don't know that we have done any, broad kind of customer outreach on the fact that we've let customers know that we're seeking a rate application to change our rates, right? We've maintained that application as we kind of talked about yesterday. And I think as you're kind of highlighting, we're in a new paradigm where customers are paying much more attention to the form and function, perhaps, of how that rate setting process is working within that application that I personally have not experienced in my 16 or so years of doing these rate cases. And so I think that is a great opportunity, or a great observation that highlights an opportunity for us to think about how we are better informing our customers and the public on the matters within these applications and what they mean, what they don't mean, how they should think about them, how they affect their service and their bills and things like that. And I think it's something we can take back as a lesson here and think about how we're, maybe not even a lesson, I think we can probably think about how we put some of that in place now. Because I think there is going to be an additional evening hearing coming up and making sure our customers are as informed as they can be about what's going on.
Well, that was part of my concern. We do have, at least we're looking at scheduling another evening hearing. There's no need for consumers to show up at that upset about your fully forecasted test year case when that's not what you presented.
Yep, absolutely.
So
Agreed.
I wanted to make sure that there at least was some, but I'm not asking and I'm not suggesting that the companies do anything at this point. What I'm asking for, and I guess I don't know if it needs to be a data request, but I'm asking for the company to produce an update to the commission so we know what the status is as of right now. As I said, your website doesn't say anything about the change. And so as of right now, at least for consumers that aren't paying attention to what local media or bloggers or whatever else might be saying about Pepco, they may still be under the impression that you're proceeding in one way when you're not. So, again, I'm not asking you to do anything other than to provide just a status as to what you've communicated to consumers So that matches what was already presented for Exhibits 1 and 2. So that was my first topic. Second one has to do with the testimony that was referenced by our technical staff. That was staff Exhibit 1. The testimony that was filed, rebuttal testimony that was filed yesterday. In my questioning to you yesterday, Mr. Lemming, I asked the question about whether or not the company believed that fully forecasted rate models were beneficial to ratepayers, and you responded affirmatively that the company believed that it was. I wanted to make certain that nothing in the rebuttal testimony that was filed last night, and again, I haven't read it because it was filed last night, but I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything in that testimony that changed your testimony from yesterday.
No, nothing in my rebuttal testimony would change my testimony from yesterday in terms of the benefits I was going to say firmly believe in standby. They do and have offered to our customers. Nothing changes that testimony from yesterday.
Okay, so there weren't any additional, there were no exhibits or anything of that sort added. It was just redlined rebuttal testimony.
You're asking what was filed yesterday morning?
Yes.
Yes, it was the specific things that were redlined out of my testimony were, I had two schedules, the actual revenue requirement that we were asking for. I had the jurisdictional cost of service study to support that revenue requirement. So those items were removed since that's not the request that we're having anymore. I think we had a responsive section on there that was entirely focused on forecasted test years, so that was removed. But the verbal testimony I offered yesterday is unaltered, and I think aligns with what was in my direct testimony that remains in this case.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. I have a couple of quick questions here. On the pension issue, I'm not going to presume anything. Is it the practice of the company to fully fund what you were advised to fund in the pension? You're not in arrears, in other words.
I do not know for certain, but I know we maintain to keep appropriate funding status in our pension funds.
Who should who among the witnesses should I ask this of?
Company witness O'Donnell can help verify that, but to the best of my knowledge, I believe we are adequately funded in the pension at this time.
Okay. Second question. I suspect that perhaps witness Allo's the perfect person to ask this, but let me just go ahead and ask it anyway. With respect to the White Flint project and the study for anticipated load growth, how shall I say this? The Montgomery County government implemented a fairly far-reaching rent control statute, and as a result of that, it's caused a collapse in the private residential market in Montgomery County, not in Rockville or Gaithersburg. Rockville and Gaithersburg have separate regulatory authority with respect to issues like that, and they haven't implemented rent control in those two jurisdictions. But White Flint is within the footprint of Montgomery County zoning and planning. So I would presume that the market is going to include mostly Montgomery County, but partially the city of Rockville as well. So did you take that rent control statute into account in the analysis for your load projections?
I honestly do not know. That is not an area that I get involved with in my day-to-day activities. But
should I be asking Witness Allo that?
Witness Allo can be prepared to speak to that when he comes up.
Okay. Well, you're on notice now. That's all I have. So we're concluded. Thank you very much, Mr. Lemming.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The company would like to call Ms. Amber Perry to the stand.
It's been suggested that perhaps I should take a 5 or 10 minute break. So let's do that. Let's take a 5. Yeah. Off we go. Yes, please.
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Ms. Perry.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and your business address for the record?
My business address. My name is Amber Perry, and I work out of the Edison Place building in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Do you have before you your pre-filed direct testimony submitted on behalf of Pepco in this matter, consisting of 11 pages?
I do.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony at this time?
Yes, I do. On page 1,
Mhm.
it's the second bullet point referencing the fully forecasted test year.
And this is the executive summary you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay.
the executive summary page.
Okay. And with that correction or modification, if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to have Ms. Perry's testimony marked as Pepco Exhibit 7, I believe we're up to.
Is it? He's the one who's keeping count. So noted.
Okay, and at this time, Your Honor, I would like to move into evidence Pepco Exhibit number 7.
Without objection, so entered.
And with that, Ms. Perry is available for cross-examination.
Okay, AOPA.
Good morning, Ms. Perry.
Good morning.
Please turn to section. Ms. Perry, please turn to section 2 of your direct testimony. Let me try this one. Okay. Ms. Perry, please turn to section 2 of your direct testimony, which starts on the top of page 4.
Okay, I have it.
Now, at page 4, starting at line 6 of your direct testimony, you discuss Pepco's role in helping customers obtain energy assistance and energy efficiency program benefits. Are the cost of Pepco's involvement in such activities absorbed by the company or recovered through rates billed to its Maryland ratepayers?
And you're talking specifically about this, just to clarify, are you talking specifically about the Maryland Energy Assistance Program?
I'm talking very specifically about what you said on lines 6 through 8. It says Pepco continues to attend and host many events across Montgomery and Prince George's counties to help enroll customers in energy assistance and energy efficiency programs. Those are the two programs I'm talking about.
So, to clarify, the actual program that's referenced here, which is the Maryland Energy Assistance Program, is a federally funded program. The individuals, though, that work within our organization that support and run and manage our internal energy assistance programs, those are costs of the company. So there's two different references here in this particular section.
So you're talking, number one, about the Pepco employees who help with the outreach.
That's right.
And that's a ratepayer expense, correct?
Correct.
And the other program is a federally funded program.
Which is separately noted, yes.
But there is nothing where it shows that Pepco shareholders are absorbing any of those costs for those programs, correct?
Not in this particular section, no.
Okay, thank you. Would you accept that the company, Pepco, benefits from greater enrollment in energy assistance and energy efficiency programs, as those programs help to reduce Pepco's uncollectible accounts expense?
In terms of energy assistance and energy efficiency, it actually benefits our customers in terms of just their energy usage. It helps them reduce their energy usage. When you talk about energy efficiency, energy assistance, there's a whole host of different programs that can support our customers in different ways that are available.
But customer assistance by itself, that would help reduce the company's uncollectible accounts expense, would it not?
In a way, yes.
Okay, and energy efficiency programs where a customer uses less, that would also help with your uncollectible account expense, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
Can you identify any dollar amounts that Pepco and or any of its parent companies, PHI, Exelon, have contributed to low-income energy assistance programs within Pepco's Maryland service territory within the traditional test year in this case?
I don't believe I have that in my testimony. I think that company witness Lemming had covered which programs are actually in the filing.
Okay, and do you know if witness Lemming identified the dollar amounts that Pepco and or its parent companies have contributed to the low-income or assistance programs in Pepco's Maryland territory?
I believe he would have.
At page 5, lines 5 through 9 of your direct testimony. Are you there?
I am on page 5, and you said 5 through 9.
Yeah, correct. You discuss Pepco's support for the work of the Empowerment Academy, correct?
Yes.
Am I correct that the Empowerment Academy is based in Baltimore?
The Empowerment Academy, no. The Empowerment Academy is actually in various locations. The participants of the program receive that benefit in various locations across the Pepco service territory.
Okay, so that's not in one place, the Empowerment Academy.
No, it is not.
Am I correct that you haven't provided any evidence of the numbers of the people who reside in Pepco's Maryland service territory who have participated in or benefited directly from the Empowerment Academy programs?
Can you repeat your question again?
Am I correct that there is no evidence in your testimony of the numbers of persons who reside in Pepco's Maryland service territory who have participated in or benefited directly from Empowerment Academy programs?
That is correct. I do not have that allocation in my testimony.
Is it actually Pepco the utility or its affiliates, Exelon, Pepco Holdings, BG&E, that support Empowerment Academy programs?
The Empowerment Academy that is referenced in my testimony would be specifically for Pepco.
And it's Pepco the utility that supports that program?
That is referenced in my testimony.
Okay. Is that paid for by ratepayers, or is that a contribution by Pepco?
I do not have that detail for that program. Yeah.
Am I correct that nowhere in your direct testimony have you documented either the form or the value of Pepco's support for the Empowerment Academy?
Can you clarify, you said the forum?
For example, does Pepco provide mentoring services? Do you donate furniture? How do you help with the Empowerment Academy? What does Pepco actually do?
So the actual Empowerment Academy is specifically focused on diverse businesses, diverse suppliers in our service territory. And this is a program really meant to help prepare them for such services as business planning, budgeting, really being able to effectively prepare for and successfully run their businesses.
So is this Pepco employees tutoring, mentoring, helping? Am I on the right track?
That is correct.
That is
Yes,
correct.
that is
Okay.
correct.
And is this done by Pepco employees? So it is paid for by Pepco ratepayers?
This particular program, I do not have all the details of how it's fully supported and budgeted.
Okay, on page 5, starting on line 11 of your direct testimony, you begin a discussion of the Community Impact Capital Fund. You see that?
Can you repeat which page?
Page 5, line 11.
Oh, page 5.
The question says, what is the Community Impact Capital Fund, and how does it assist local businesses?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And beginning on line 11, you begin a discussion of the Community Impact Capital Fund. Could you please tell me, why should Exelon's involvement in that fund have any impact on the Commission's considerations and deliberations in this case?
Well, again, a lot of the various programs that we have, we are a true corporate partner in our communities that we serve and support. And so this particular Community Impact Fund really addresses a hurdle that many companies have when they're first starting off, when they're first initiating in the communities. They do not have access to capital. And so this particular program is really helping some of those new businesses, startup businesses, where they just don't have the capital, they don't have the initial funds to start their businesses. This is the focus of that. So when you look at all of our collective programs, it's really looking at strengthening support for either workforce development, training and development, economic growth and the development, and then this one is specifically focused on helping those businesses that don't have the startup funds, don't have access to funds. And so again, it's really a community partnership and strengthening of the communities that we serve and support.
And on line 13, you refer to the $36 million of funding Exelon announced in October 2021 as an investment. Quote, does that imply that Exelon makes a return on the funds that it has invested through the Community Impact Capital Fund?
I don't have information on whether it receives a return on those funds. I don't know that.
Am I correct that your testimony in this proceeding offers no insight regarding the amount of profit Exelon and/or Pepco Holdings have made through the CICF investments?
That is correct. My testimony does not cover that.
Does Pepco contract with any of the firms that have received funding through the CICF?
Can you repeat that question?
Does Pepco contract with any of the firms that have received funding through the Community Impact Capital Fund?
I don't have the full list of all of the different firms, so I could not confirm that information.
Do you know if any safeguards have been established to ensure that Pepco and/or one of his parent companies, PHI, Exelon, do not provide preferential treatment to to firms funded through the Community Impact Capital Fund at the expense of Pepco ratepayers?
I do know that we have safeguards in place for who receives those funds. I do not have that outlined, though, in my testimony.
Now, at page 5, lines 20 through 22, take a look there, please.
I'm
And
there.
you indicate that Pepco has allocated $5.6 million in investments to 6 local businesses. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that your testimony does not identify any of the 6 businesses that have received funding?
No, we do not in this section of my testimony, no.
When you say Pepco has allocated $5.6 million of funding, are you not actually referencing the activities of Pepco Holdings or Exelon?
No, we are not in this, in my testimony here.
When you say use the word Pepco
Yes.
on line 20, do you mean Pepco, the utility, has allocated $5.6 million in investments?
That is what is stated here in terms of how it's allocated and sort of the accounting and financial reporting of that. I'm not as close to.
Well, I guess my question is that $5.6 million in investments, is that ratepayer money? Because you say Pepco. So is that ratepayer money? Is that Exelon money? Is that PHI money? Whose money is that $5.6 million?
So our corporate contributions or charitable contributions that we make are not recoverable cost.
Yes, I understand that.
Right.
But the $5.6 million, where does that come from? Does that come from the utility? Pepco, the utility? If you don't know, that's okay.
Yeah, and I don't know, as I mentioned, I don't know the accounting or financial reporting on that, and potentially our company witness, O'Donnell, will cover that.
Okay, so you don't know whether that's ratepayer money or not.
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sustained.
Am I correct that you have offered no information regarding the terms under which the referenced allocations of funding are made in your direct testimony?
No, I have not.
Okay, at page 9, please turn to page 9. Starting at line 9, you begin a discussion of Pepco's long-standing and active role as a community partner in Maryland. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you identify any Maryland utility that does not consider itself an active community partner within its service territory?
Of all of our utilities, no.
Now, your testimony at page 10, lines 7 through 8, you reference the personal financial contributions and volunteer time of Pepco employees. Why are the independent actions of Pepco employees of relevance to this commission's considerations in this proceeding?
Well, as I mentioned, so Pepco overall, our employees both live and work within our service territories. We really have a true commitment to volunteering our time, certainly donating financially to many, many different organizations throughout our service territories. I mentioned we live and work in these territories. And so it is very important to us to be a good corporate community partner, certainly for our employees as well, providing their time and efforts and contributing to the surrounding organizations as well is very important to us as an organization. So I think, really what we're sort of highlighting here are, many of the key organizations that we support specifically within this area.
Okay, one last question, and this is just to clarify, and maybe your attorney needs to address it. On page, bottom of page 3, line 19, you say, Additionally, I introduced our consultant, National Economic Research Associates, NERA, who will give a more in-depth analysis about the economic benefits of the filing. You would agree with me that Pepco has stricken that witness, that's witness Tuladar,
Yes, correct.
and so those lines really aren't relevant. I'm not asking you to strike them, I'm just
That's correct, though.
Okay.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
that testimony is not in the case.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
Very good. Let's proceed to MEA. Do you have any? Okay, let's proceed to People's Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the court reporter, my name is Jacob Auslander. It's Ouslanter. Good morning, Ms. Perry. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great.
Ms. Perry, you are Pepco's Vice President of Governmental and External Affairs and Region President. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And your responsibilities include Pepco's external affairs strategy in Maryland?
Yes, correct.
And that includes working with elected officials and civic, community, and business leaders in support of Pepco's business goals?
That's right.
And your testimony in this case discusses Pepco's community engagement and its role as a community partner. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'd like to mark some documents as an exhibit. And this is a packet of documents. It's 3 in total. One is very large and stapled. The other 2 are either 1 or 2 pages.
And you're going to mark them as one exhibit?
No, I'm going to mark
3.
them as individual exhibits.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
They're all, oh, I see, okay. Got it, okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if it's easiest to mark them all at once or
Yeah, let's just do that.
Okay.
So the big fat one is the first one I presume?
Yeah, the big fat one is the first one, and I believe that we're at OPC exhibit number 12.
Yeah, so marked.
And the next document I'd like to have marked is the document that is it's a one-page document. It says insert header at the top of it. I'd like that marked as OPC exhibit 13.
So marked.
And then the final document is a letter on the letterhead of Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce, and I would like that marked as OPC Exhibit 14.
So marked.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, Ms. Perry, you have a copy of all
Yes,
these
I do.
exhibits? Okay. For the exhibit that is marked OPC Exhibit 12, can you identify this document? Is this Pepco's response to OPC data request 35-2?
On which page are you on? Just
On the very first
very first page.
page, yeah.
Yes,
And you sponsored this data response
I
request?
did. Yes.
And this data request concerned Pepco's communications with certain individuals who supported the White Flint project at the April 14th public comment hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Pepco's response confirms that Pepco communicated with each of these individuals before the hearing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then Pepco provided at least some commenters with a template letter supporting White Flint. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can turn to the exhibit that is marked OPC Exhibit 13. And if you could identify for the record whether this is the template letter that you sent to these commenters in connection with the request for support comments for the White Flint project?
This is the second unstapled item that you're referencing?
That's correct. It's the one that says insert header at the very top.
Yes.
And I'll just repeat the question. This is the template that you provided to these individuals?
Yes, this looks like the template.
Okay. And the template begins by stating support for Pepco's White Flint substation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it describes White Flint as critical to North Bethesda's economy. Is that correct?
Yes.
It also states in the letter that Park Lawn, the Park Lawn substation was near critical overload by 2027.
That is correct. Yes.
And does it state that North Bethesda's growth was not possible without the White Flint substation?
I believe it does, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the
yeah.
third paragraph.
Yep.
And those are all points that support Pepco's position in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
The template did not ask commenters to address the rate impacts on customers or whether there were less expensive ways to address the reliability concerns that Pepco identified. Is that correct?
Yeah, and let me give some background. So, in our, with many of our businesses in this area, with the chambers in this area, community leaders in this area, as part of our external affairs discussions, it is one to educate, bring awareness and advocacy to many of the chambers and many of the business leaders in this area. And so the discussions are had with these communities in advance of the investments that are made, the implications of the investments, the benefits to the community. And so those are part of discussions that are had leading up to sharing a template like this, and we certainly leave it up to these community leaders and chamber leaders to decide whether they want to leverage this type of a template or craft their own or not participate at all.
Okay, thank you for that response. Now I'd like to ask you some questions about one of the individuals that you contacted as identified in OPC exhibit number 12. And that individual, there was an individual by the name of Margie Graff that received an email communication from Pepco in connection with this public comment hearing.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know, Ms. Graff is the president and CEO of the Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce.
Correct.
And Pepco asked Ms. Graff to submit a letter supporting White Flint. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the email that Pepco sent to Ms. Graff, Pepco said that they were getting challenged at the commission over White Flint.
Where are you looking in the attachment, counsel?
This is actually an OPC Exhibit 12. I have references to the packet. I'm asking these questions because she might just know the answer off the top of her head, but we can certainly go through the packet. If you can turn to page 26 of 74.
26. Hold on.
And if you look at the first full paragraph near the bottom of this page, it reads, "I hope all is well. I'm writing because we are getting challenged at the Maryland Public Service Commission, the body that regulates us, over our White Flint substation." Do you see that sentence?
No, hold on, because the page numbers. Is it marked as page number 26, or you're just counting to 26?
No.
Or which one? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you.
It is. It's up in the.
Thank you. I'm looking at the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, and I'll just let you orient yourself again. It's the first full paragraph at the bottom of this page 26 of 74.
And I'm there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll just repeat the question. In that email, Pepco told Ms. Graff that Pepco is getting challenged at the commission over White Flint.
It does state that.
It does.
Yes.
Yeah. And Pepco attached the template letter for her to use to this email. Is that correct? And to help you orient yourself.
I don't know if it was attached to this particular email.
If you,
Oh, I see. On the next page.
On the next
It's
page.
noted.
That's
Yes.
correct. And Pepco also provided filing instructions for submitting that letter to the commission.
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
And then Pepco later asked Ms. Graff to read her letter at the public comment hearing. Is that correct?
And which section are you on now?
This is page 15 of 74, I believe. And I know this exhibit is difficult to navigate because it's a printed out email, but it's in the paragraph in the body of the email.
Yes.
Okay. And Pepco actually in this email exchange, can you turn to page 20 of 74?
Okay, I'm there.
Pepco actually sent an email offering to affix Miss Graff's signature to the letter that she had prepared.
I see that. Yes.
And the email goes on to state that Pepco still has Miss Graff's signature from the generation letter. Is that correct?
Yes, and that on page 20.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, and then if you can turn to the item that I've marked as OPC Exhibit 14. Are you there?
That is another separate document?
It is another separate
Okay, 'cause
document.
mine are not marked, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I probably should have given you time to mark it, but it's the document that has the Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce's letterhead at the top.
Yes, I have that.
Okay. And if you want to take a second to review it, but can you confirm that this is the letter that Ms. Graff prepared and submitted in this case? I believe it's the one that you helped, that someone at Pepco helped affix the signature to?
This is the letter from Ms. Graff.
Okay. And Ms. Graff signed this letter as president and CEO of the Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce. Is that correct?
She did?
And the letter also states on the last paragraph on the first page that in my role, she states, in my role with the Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Would you agree that the first three paragraphs of this letter are identical to the first three paragraphs of the template letter? And staff counsel pointed out that there is an additional sentence. So let me rephrase my question. Say, would you agree that there is language that appears in the template letter that is verbatim from that there is letter in OPC Exhibit 14, the letter that Ms. Graff submitted to the commission, that is identical to the template letter that Pepco had provided to Ms. Graff?
There is similar language in the two.
We could go paragraph by paragraph. So the very first paragraph is, I believe, identical to what is in the template letter.
With the addition of,
Case number 9820.
right. Yes, that's a difference.
Okay. And would you agree that the first sentence of the second paragraph is identical to the template letter?
It's pretty close.
All right, I think that one's identical. It says North Bethesda continues to experience significant growth in both. And I'm not going to belabor this point, but would you agree that that Ms. Graff did use the template letter that Pepco provided in the preparation of this letter that she submitted to the commission?
She did, yes.
All right. And I know that you might not have had time to review this letter on the stand, and I'll give you an opportunity to do that. But would you agree that the letter does not disclose that Pepco solicited the letter that was submitted to the commission?
It does not, but she added some additional context to the letter, with her own background and familiarity with the project.
Yes. And I understand that. But my question was just that her letter did not disclose that Pepco solicited the letter, and I believe that you answered that was correct. And then her letter also does not disclose that Pepco provided her a template to use in the preparation of this letter. Is that correct?
No, I don't see that.
And her letter does not analyze the rate impact on Pepco customers or whether there were less expensive ways to address the reliability concerns that Pepco identified in the template letter. Is that correct?
She does not reference specific cost. No.
Okay. And if you can turn back to the response to OPC data request 35-2, the very first page of OPC Exhibit 12. Would you, can you confirm that if in response to OPC question 35-2B, that Pepco contributed financially to the Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce in 2024 and 2025?
And this is the question 2 DR response
That's correct.
that you're referencing.
Right on the front page, I'm looking at both the question in B and then the response in B. And Pepco's confirming there that that Pepco contributed financially to the Greater Rockville Chamber of Commerce in 2024 and 2025.
Yes.
Okay. Pepco's response, I'm sorry, Ms. Graff was not the only person Pepco contacted about submitting or presenting comments in support of White Flint. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Pepco's response identifies at least 2 other individuals that Pepco communicated with regarding the public comment hearings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And sitting here today, do you know how many total individuals or organizations Pepco contacted about submitting or presenting comments in support of White Flint?
I do not have that exact number, no.
Okay. I actually do not have any more questions for this witness, Your Honor, but I would like to move OPC's Exhibits 12, 13, and 14 into the record.
No objection, Your Honor.
So ordered.
And with that, my cross-examination is completed.
Okay, thank you. Is Montgomery County in the house, and do you? Apparently not. Okay, we will then therefore go to our staff.
Good morning. Staff has no questions for you. Thank you.
All right.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Good morning once again, Ms. Berry.
Good morning.
We're going to stick with the exhibits that the Office of People's Counsel just provided to you. I believe you were asked some questions about outreach that the company did to members of the business community in preparation for the evening public hearings in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does the company believe it's important for the commission to hear the input from the business community for rate cases such as this?
Yes, we do.
And why is that?
Well, as I mentioned in an earlier response, it is very important to us to have partnerships in the communities in which our investments are made certainly education and awareness around the investments that are being made, the impacts to those communities. It really is an ability for us to, one, build trust, but then also build open engagement with the communities that will be impacted. And so, many times this work and the communications are happening well in advance of our investments and throughout that process. And so that is, really done through our chambers, through our partnerships, through various community leaders and the communities and neighborhoods that are impacted.
Okay, thank you. Do you have OPC Exhibit 13 in front of you? This, I believe, is the template letter that Pepco provided.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and it looks like 4 paragraphs down, there's a space that says personally I, and then it seems like whoever has this template can insert their own language.
That is correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Do you have with you OPC Exhibit 14?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see the 4th paragraph that begins in my role with at the bottom of the first page there?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that this language, did that come from the company or is that from Miss Graff herself?
This is all from Ms. Graff.
Okay. Can you please read the language, beginning with the second sentence, access to, and just read for the rest of that paragraph, please?
Access to dependable electric capacity is not simply a utility issue. It is an economic development necessity. Businesses considering locating or expanding in our region look for certainty that critical infrastructure can support their operations. The White Flint substation provides that certainty and helps ensure that North Bethesda and Greater Rockville remain competitive destinations for investment and innovation.
Thank you. Do you also have the large packet that the Office of People's Counsel gave you, OPC 12?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the first page is another one of the people that the Office of People's Counsel asked about, a Richard Benzwanger, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing his last name. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you please turn to page 37 of 74 in that packet?
Okay. I think.
Let me know when you're there.
Hold on. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. Is this an email from Mr. Benzwanger himself to the company?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please read the first 2 sentences of the first paragraph, please?
For me personally, I feel that this substation is an integral part of the growth of North Bethesda. I'm sure you're aware that WMATA is in the process of finalizing an agreement to develop the WMATA property at the North Bethesda Metro Station.
And then could you please also read the next 2 paragraphs, the second one beginning in this letter, and then the next paragraph, please?
Okay, so in this letter I wrote the following. Additionally, and very important, Pepco has just completed and brought online a new substation immediately behind the WMATA property on Neville Road. With the addition of this substation and the upgrading of an existing substation on Parkland Parkway at Randolph Road, the availability of stable electric is immediate. It is important that the infrastructure for future development is in place prior to the development. Sadly, it is more the norm than not. The development takes place before the infrastructure upgrade. Pepco is ahead of the curve in North Bethesda. This will be important to entice those high-tech companies knowing that their electric is in place.
Thank you. And just to be clear, Ms. Perry, are those the sentiments of Mr. Benzwanger himself, or is that from the company?
Those are his personal sentiments about this project.
Thank you very much. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll proceed to questions from the bench, starting with Commissioner Hoover.
So, discussions with your council and OPC, you talked about this process you went through to solicit letters in support of the White Flint station, and so you sent a template letter to these individuals who agreed to provide the letter, and the letter, the template letter sort of encouraged them to add their own thoughts. So I guess what I want to know is, you would contact them, ask them to send a letter in, send them the template letter, but did you review the letter that they eventually sent to the commission before it was sent to the commission?
I don't know if that was actually the case with all letters. We really, as I had mentioned, this is a process that takes place over months, really, of conversations, of education, awareness, and advocacy typically. At some point in time during those conversations, the template will be shared. And then we really leave it up to those individuals, whether they're business leaders, chamber members, to decide how they want to use that letter. We don't always see the final letter that is submitted. Typically we'll receive questions, we'll answer those questions, but we'll share the template, and then it will be left up to the individual to submit with their own language or as is.
Okay, all right. So on page 7 of your direct testimony, question and answer 13 talks about what
my testimony got it.
Yeah. You have it there.
Okay, I'm there.
So this talks about what Pepco's been doing in response to what's been happening in the federal government with the downsizing of employees. But what has the company done in the extended shutdown situations?
Yes.
I mean, there's one currently going on to a limited degree with one department, but earlier there was a government-wide shutdown that went on for, I think, at least a month. So what did the company do with in reaction to those customers who were affected by that situation?
Yeah, so we have multiple measures that we take to support our customers, and I know company witness for customer Vosvik will probably cover this in detail as well. During the federal shutdown, though, we had a customer relief fund that we had already initiated, and then when the next round of sort of federal reductions were made, we made the decision to release additional funds to those customers. So that was one, such significant, really a significant relief for our customers. Typically, customers would receive about a $300 credit. Also during this time, we typically will share more information on our energy efficiency programs that will help our customers manage their energy use, reduce their overall energy use, and therefore will reduce their bill. And then the other areas that we'll focus on a lot of times are just energy assistance. So whether it's federally funded, we will make sure within our jurisdictions we're highlighting, specifically what available funds that customers still have for them to apply for those as well. So there's a host of things that we do. As I mentioned, Company Witness Vosvik will talk probably about some of the other payment programs, extended payment programs, on other things that we do specifically for each one of our customers given their specific and unique needs. So those are some of the things that we do as an organization, as a company for our customers.
And since the shutdowns apparently have become kind of a regular occurrence now, I mean, has the company put a process in place to sort of anticipate, government shutdowns, and then?
We do. We try to get, as part of our role as, around external affairs, government affairs, we work very closely with all of our stakeholders to understand when there may be indications of significant job layoffs, federal furloughs, other broad regional impacts, and then we work internally to with our customer teams and other internal teams to really kind of assess how our customers may be negatively impacted and how broad it may be, and some of the programs that we would want to proactively think about offering to our customers.
Okay, all right, thanks. That's all.
Okay. McLean.
No questions, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. My question has to do, and I may have to ask your counsel first, but I understand that is it Mr. or Mrs. Tulador?
Mr. Tuladar.
Mr. Tulador is not, his testimony is not in the record. But as counsel for AOBA noted, Ms. Perry's testimony references Mr. Tuladar's testimony and a report that he produced in section 3 of her testimony starting at page 11. So my question for Ms. Perry, in your testimony you note that the company has had a long-standing there have been long-standing activity and involvement in the community in a number of ways. Clearly that predates your engagement and use of the fully forecasted rate model. So do you have any studies or exhibits to support the company's involvement and the benefits that it's provided to the community during the, what I'll term, the historic test year period?
Yes, I believe we do, in terms of benefits during the historic test year. Is that maybe to clarify your question?
Well, I'm looking for it. It's not an exhibit, so is it someplace else? Or
Are you looking specifically for what, maybe to clarify what stats or details are you specifically?
I'm looking for a study that's comparable to the one that Mr. Tulador has produced under the FFTY period.
I understand now. No, I do not have that information
Okay.
in mind.
Are there studies like that the company has produced in order to demonstrate that there has been economic benefits to the community during the historic test year periods?
I don't know if we have that available. I don't know if we've completed that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Suchman.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Perry.
Good afternoon.
So you are Vice President of Governmental and External Affairs, and what you note in your testimony is part of your responsibility is to engage with the community.
Correct.
And that engagement includes reaching out to the business community, and in response to People's Council's questions, you encourage them to reach out to us to support the White Flint substation project.
That is correct.
Okay. So in your conversations with them, you were sort of encouraging them to support this project that will result in increased availability of electricity. But in your conversations, did you ever talk to them about ways in which they can sort of build out their projects and not need the kinds of electricity that projects have needed in the past? I mean, we're trying to get smarter about how we develop projects. There could be renewables, microgrids. In your conversations with them, have you spoken with them about the importance of being smart in terms of building out their infrastructure?
Not specifically on my team. Typically, we will talk more about energy efficiency programs, energy assistance type of programs. I think Company Witness Allo will talk a bit more about some of the technologies and some of more of what you're probably asking more about. But our team would typically talk about how to manage your energy use and then talking about the benefits of the investments in these particular areas.
Okay, and did you have any conversations with them about them specifically contributing to the upgrade of the White Flint substation as opposed to socializing the costs over the entire system?
I don't recall having that conversation, and I don't know if my team specifically would have had that
Okay,
type of conversation.
all right, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, very quick question. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you've been discussing all these issues, but you were not personally involved in any of the assessment of what anticipated load is going to be.
That is correct. I was not involved in that.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's it for me. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your
Our
witness?
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say your next witness.
Okay, yes, our next witness is Mr. David Vosvik.
You know what? It's been suggested to me it's 10 after 12. Maybe it would be a smart idea to do lunch now and then start with Vosvik after. So we will adjourn until 10 after 1.
Thank you.
Please present your next witness.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Before we call the next witness, I believe Ms. Curry has one preliminary matter she'd like to address.
All right.
Yes, just one logistical matter. After Mr. Vosvik takes the stand, Mr. Allo will be taking the stand, and just anticipating listening to questions from council and the commission, it appears that Mr. Allo will be on the stand for a while. Our preference is to have him go all the way through and trying to keep in without having a break for him overnight, and trying to keep this moving forward and possibly ending this week. So that would be the company's request, that Mr. Allo can complete his testimony.
So
before
you
the
would
end of
want
the day.
him, for example, to start tomorrow morning so that he would be able to go all the way through? Is that
Or
what you're-
today.
Or today.
If Mr. Vosvik is, kind of on and off the stand relatively quickly, we
Okay.
can start him today and just take him through the remainder of the evening.
I think that's very reasonable. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I guess. So that makes sense to me, but I guess if we could ask the parties whether they have extensive questioning, so that would probably help.
Well, but for which one?
For Mr. Allo.
I'll tell you in a minute.
Yes, Mr.
So,
Mi-
Doug Mikeel for Pepco, I just want to alert the commission that, given the depth and breadth of the SIR rebuttal testimony by the parties, with new information, I have about an hour of live rejoinder for Mr. Allo.
an hour and how much?
An hour,
An hour. Okay.
yes. Just we were
Just
trying-
you, right?
Just me, yes.
Yeah, I think he has to go tomorrow.
Yes.
It's not that I have less than 30 questions, but I don't know how long that's going to take. 'Cause
Did
we're
you say less than 30?
looking
Okay.
For Mr. Allo. And
Okay.
Good, right?
It's
and
like
I-
you're becoming a sprinter or something.
No, and I don't have anything for witness Tashida.
Witness who?
Who is up next, isn't it? A different witness?
Vosvik.
Vosvik. I don't have anything for witness Vosvik. If we're trying to judge.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Mr. Auslander will be crossing Mr. Allo, and I think Jake indicates we have about 30 minutes of cross for Mr. Allo.
Okay.
We have a little bit of cross for Mr. Vosvik.
Staff.
Staff thinks about 15 minutes for both witnesses.
Okay. MEA.
Yeah, for MEA, we have a few questions for Mr. Boswick, and I'm assuming 40 minutes for Mr. Allo.
Okay. Well, hours and hours. Okay. Well, let's just start with Mr. Vosvik and see where we are. I presume then that means that you would want us to skip over to the next witness then for today, and then start up with Allo tomorrow morning.
I will defer to.
I mean,
Whoever
I
the
don't.
next
I
witness.
personally don't care, but
It sounds like there's minimal or reasonable questions for Mr. Vosvik, and it does not sound like hours and hours for Mr. Allo. So I'm still thinking we could get him in today.
okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll play by ear then. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The company would like to call David L. Vosvik II to the stand, please.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vosvik.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please state your name and your business address for the record?
David Vosvik, Vosvik, address Edison Place in D.C., 701 9th Street.
Thank you. Mr. Vosvik, do you have before you the public version of your pre-filed direct testimony filed on behalf of Pepco in this matter, consisting of 29 pages and 3 exhibits?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony at this time?
No, sir.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to have Mr. the public version of his direct testimony marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit 8.
So marked.
Okay. Mr. Vosvik, do you have before you the confidential version of your pre-filed direct testimony submitted on behalf of Pepco in this matter, consisting of 29 pages and 3 exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony at this time?
No corrections.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to have Mr. Vosvik's confidential direct testimony marked for identification as Exhibit 8C.
So marked.
Thank you. Do you have before you your pre-filed rebuttal testimony filed on behalf of Pepco in this matter, Mr. Vosvik, consisting of 26 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
They would be, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to have Mr. Vosvik's rebuttal testimony marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit 9.
So marked.
And finally, Mr. Vosvik, do you have before you your pre-filed the surrebuttal testimony submitted on behalf of Pepco in this matter, consisting of 4 pages?
I do, yes.
Do you have any corrections or modifications to this testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
They would be, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to have Mr. Vosvik's the surrebuttal testimony marked for identification as Pepco Exhibit 10.
So marked.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to move into evidence Pepco Exhibits 8, 8C, 9, and 10.
Any objections? Seeing no objections, so admitted.
Thank you very much, and the witness is available for cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. No questions.
Okay. MEA?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vosvik. My name is Babita Modi, and I represent MEA in this case. How are you today?
Good. Good afternoon to you as well.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the costs remaining in this case, and we'll be directing your attention to your direct testimony at pages 8 to 9. In those pages, you reference certain investments, is that correct?
Can you be a little bit more specific on the
Sure.
investments that you're referring to?
Sure. You refer to community solar automation SAP, customer flight path, green power connection GPC. So green power connection is on line 5, and you continue on there on that one.
Are you on question? Just making sure I'm tracking you. Question and answer 17.
Yes, that's one
Okay.
of them. The solar interconnection.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if you or Mr. Nelson will be able to address the costs associated with such projects.
I guess when you say Green Power Connection, that's an organization. It's not a project.
Okay. And then with respect to customer flight path, is that investment?
Could you direct me to the question and the line? I don't see
Sure.
customer flight path on page 8.
1 second. Let me find that for you.
Page 8 is specifically regarding our solar business.
1 second. I will have to find your... Bear with me. Can you search for it? Yeah, so on page 28 of your direct, question 68, EU Customer Flight Path Program.
Yes.
Are you able to tell me the cost of that investment and whether you are still seeking recovery of it in this case? Or would Mr. Nelson be the appropriate person to ask?
Yeah, I believe we have addressed that. Do you have specific ITNs maybe that you want to direct me to?
I have ITN 79264 for the EU Customer Flight Path.
79264, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's for the TTCYF.
So do you know so you're still seeking recovery of it in this case?
Yeah, I don't believe we are. Let me go through my other pages here. I'm having difficulty tracking you, I think, based on just pulling me into slide 28. I'm going to have to read back through the document here. So
So for customer flight path, you may also want to look at questions 60 and 61 on page 25 to 26 of
yeah,
your...
that's what I'm looking at now. That's more specific to the ITNs. So 79264. Yes, we are still seeking.
And how much?
It's $1,038. It's listed also on on page 27, line 15.
Okay. And then with ITN 83122.
Again, could you direct me to a page?
Sure. 83122. I have to find that too. That would be. Trying to find that. I see on page 22 of your direct testimony, there's a table,
Okay.
and the last row on that page,
83122?
yes,
No, we are not seeking recovery for that.
okay. And the reason for that is,
I believe we filed that a week or so ago when we, our financial organization sent in, or Witness Lemming sent in the TTCYF information.
okay. Let me see. I believe that's all, but if you bear with me one moment, I'll just check my notes here. ITN 79. And then just to confirm, so ITN 79264 is still being sought in this case? That's also referenced in the table online on page 22?
I retract my statement. No, we are not seeking recovery for that.
Okay. And is it, okay. And so the only one that you're seeking recovery in this case is 83122 Community Solar Automation SAP of the ones I have asked you about.
No, I believe I was pretty clear. I said we are not seeking recovery for that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then so 79264 you confirmed that you're retracting your statement and that you are not seeking any costs for that.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, let's proceed to People's Council. Oh, wait, hold on. Montgomery County, are you in the, I don't see you guys. Okay. People's Council.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Vosvik.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I'd like to just start with a couple follow-up questions from
Sure.
counsel for MEA. So for all the items in Table 4 on page 22, there's 3 columns of plant additions. There's the April 2024 to December 2024. There's the 2025 projected plant additions and the 2026 projected plant additions. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And is it your testimony that the cost of all of the projects reflected in this table for each of these time periods that is not being sought for recovery in this case?
That is correct at this time, yes.
So my question is, for plant additions, for closings to plant recorded in April 2024 through December 2024, to your knowledge, would those be reflected in the company's plant and service balance, the average plant and service balance used for the TTYCF revenue requirement?
Yeah, I do not have an answer for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, so, but before I get into the rest of my cross, I have a packet of exhibits that I'd like to pass out. May I approach, Your Honor?
Please do.
Thank you.
Oh, you need 3?
And Mr. Bostic, I'd like to start at page 6 of your direct testimony, question number 14.
Page 614?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And so question 14 discusses how customer operations measures customer satisfaction. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is it correct that the company hires an outside research firm, Escalent, to conduct the customer satisfaction surveys?
Yes.
And the surveys, as you note on lines 20 through 23, focus on several key drivers that influence customer satisfaction. Could you identify what those key drivers are?
On page 23, you said?
So page 6, lines 20 through 23.
Several key drivers influence customer sat, reliability, management reputation, and customer service.
So I take that satisfaction with rates was not in your answer. Is that another metric that the company surveys assess?
At this period of time, affordability is now part of the Escalent surveys. But during this period, it was not. We added it in 26.
Okay, so affordability is only a recent addition. So the surveys conducted prior to the company filing this rate case did not assess customer satisfaction with affordability.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. So now I'd like to ask you about Pepco's response to OPC DR 2-1. This should be the first document in the packet I passed out.
Got it, yes.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 15.
Is this the first one in your packet?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so marked.
Now, Mr. Vosvik, please turn to the response to the subpart D.
Okay.
And also let me just, before we get there, could you confirm that you sponsored these DR responses?
I did, yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so subpart D, this question asks whether Pepco has any input into the design of the surveys. And is it correct that your response states that Pepco is actively involved in survey design, including content and participant selection?
That is correct, yes.
And Pepco also pays Escalent to conduct these surveys, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And as the response to subpart C shows, the costs reflected in subpart C are those costs that customers ultimately pay through their rates?
Yeah, I'm not sure the pass-through. That would be more appropriate for Ms. O'Donnell.
Okay, understood. But for the survey costs reflected for 2024 and 2025, 2024 is 1.5 million, 2025 is 1.6. So this reflects that for those 2 years, Pepco paid about $3.1 million for surveys conducted by Escalent.
That is correct, yes.
Now, if you could turn back to your direct testimony, the top of page 7. And take a look at line 3. So here, in your testimony, you state that in 2024, 87% of Pepco Maryland customers expressed satisfaction with their utility, and that 95% of residential customers believe that the company delivers reliability well and provides customer value. Is satisfaction with affordability or with rates reflected in these reported satisfaction metrics?
No, we added that in 2026.
Okay, so I guess you answered this question already. Affordability and satisfaction with rates is a separate consideration.
It was at the period of time, yes.
Okay.
However, we spend an enormous amount of time with our customers talking to them about affordability.
Understood.
Particularly, recently, as we all know, the increase in supply rates is first and foremost on their mind.
Yes, I believe Mr. Lemming addressed that yesterday.
Yeah.
So now if you could turn to the next DR in the packet that I passed out. This should be OPC DR 21-1. Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 16.
So marked.
And Mr. Vosvik, you sponsored the response to this DR, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could turn to the attachment, I'd like you to look down to the rates measured section. It says rates measures. It's a little bit around the halfway mark on the page.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's, yeah.
Should
Just
be
make
on.
sure it's the, can you give me the title of what you're looking at?
So I'm looking at response to OPC data request 21.
Yeah.
Question number 1. And then if you flip to the next page, on the upper right hand of the page, there's a header. It says OPC DR 21-1 attachment, page 1 of 2.
What do you? Yeah, I don't see it. And what was your question? Where is it in the table?
So it's about halfway down. There's a header in bold that says rates measure.
Oh, I
rates
gotcha.
measures.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you.
Okay. And so Could you confirm that the survey results for reasonableness of electric rates shows only a 53% positive response for 2024 and a 44% positive response for 2025?
That is correct. However, as the executive of the customer organization, consistently what we're educating our customers on are the supply rates.
Understood.
So there is a direct correlation between these scores and the supply rates.
Thank you for your response. And the survey results here, that reflects a 10% decrease from in positive responses from 2024 to 2025, roughly 10%.
That is correct, yes.
And then if you could look at the keeping electric rates low as possible measure. 59% responded positively to that measure in 2024, and 54% responded positively to that in 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct. I want to draw the correlation, though, to the reliability scores. You know, our customers are also pretty firm that they want a reliable, safe, resilient grid. So there is a correlation between price and a resilient, reliable grid.
Understood. We'll get to the reliability scores.
Okay.
Now, just take your time with the schedule and please, identify any other significant percentage changes, those greater than 5% from 2024 to 2025. Take your time. If you could identify any, please let me know.
The question is what?
The question is, take a look at the schedule and please identify or let me know if you see any other significant percentage changes in any of these measurement categories for the period from 2024 to 2025.
Council, what exactly do you mean by significant? I mean, if you have a specific question, you can ask.
Significant would be any changes from 2024 to 2025 in excess of 5%.
Using your specific criteria, no.
Okay. And would you agree that the positive responses to reliability shown in this survey results are roughly the same from 2024 to 2025?
Well, I think the data would speak for itself versus rough numbers.
So could you confirm what the survey says, sir?
For which rows?
So restoring power in a timely manner?
Yes, restoring power in a timely manner, 87% or 87 in 2024, 89 in 2025.
And providing reliable electric service?
95 in 2024 and 94 in 2025.
So those numbers for both of those categories are roughly consistent from 2024 to 2025. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would, yeah.
Now, some of the other witnesses in their testimony in this proceeding point to necessary system investments to maintain and improve reliability as a driving need for this rate case. Would you agree with that?
I would, yes.
But the survey results here show that customers are generally satisfied with the level of reliability they currently have. Is that right?
Yeah, but my interpretation would be they're very pleased with the investments that we've made into the system to get us to this point, and the expectation is to stay here or get better.
And you'd agree that it costs money to improve reliability?
Absolutely, yes.
So if Pepco customers think rates are unreasonable due to the higher costs of improving reliability, could one expect an appreciable change in customer satisfaction with the reliability they get if Pepco's reliability improves?
I think it's really going to be contingent on how we tackle resource adequacy.
So you agreed with me earlier that the numbers for reliability satisfaction are roughly consistent from 2024 to 2025, but there's a big drop in the satisfaction on the reasonableness of Pepco's rates and Pepco's efforts to keep rates as low as possible. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there's also a noticeable decrease if you look to the measures for Pepco's favorability, exceeding expectations, and the value of the electricity product, as well as Pepco being well managed. And there's some of those categories extend onto the following page.
I'm sorry, what is the question?
Would you also agree that there's a decrease in Pepco's favorability?
I'm looking for what you're citing. Yeah, I'm not finding what you're referencing.
So that would be at the very top of page 1 of this attachment, overall favorability of PHI.
Oh, I gotcha. I thought you were scrolling at the bottom into the next page. Yes, I see it.
Yeah. There's also a measure for exceeding expectations. I can find that for you.
Yes.
That's right underneath the favorability of PHI question.
Yes, yes,
And
I see it.
there's a drop there too.
It did, yes.
The value of the electricity product, that score dropped as well.
That is correct.
And for Pepco being well managed, that score also dropped.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a significant frustration with our customers on the supply side of the bill.
But not on the distribution side.
More so on the supply side, significantly more.
Okay. And is that that's reflected in the survey results here?
I think it is, as we continue to educate our customers on what the supply charges are and that we pass those through. I think you're going to continue to see these scores turn around, because I think the customers historically have thought that we control the supply charges.
To your knowledge, are customers aware that Pepco controls the distribution charges?
They're becoming more aware, and I think that was cited in Mr. Lemming's testimony as well.
And if the company's distribution charges increase, would that affect the customer's perception of the reasonableness of Pepco's rates and Pepco's ability to keep electric rates as low as possible?
I think it would depend on the customer, because customers also want a reliable utility company.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you could turn to page 11 of your direct testimony. And here in your direct testimony, you discuss Pepco's customer support, outreach, and engagement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I take it that the company has been hearing from its customers about affordability concerns over the rates that are on their Pepco bill?
Yes.
And starting on page 11, you discuss you discuss how Pepco supports mitigating bill impacts for its customers. Is that right?
Yes.
And you identify 5 programs in these bullet points that to help with that. These would be flexible payment arrangements, extended payment due dates, one-time payment delays, budget billing, and the Exelon Customer Relief Fund. Is that right?
Yes, those are 5 of many, yes.
But those are the 5 that you discuss in your testimony here. Is that correct?
That is correct, but there's many more as well.
Okay. So I'd like to talk about flexible payment arrangements for a bit.
Okay.
So you discuss this at lines 12 to 13 on page 11 of your testimony.
Yes.
And is it correct that this program helps customers with paying their bill in full, albeit over an extended period of time?
That is correct, yes.
And these flexible payment arrangements are, the payments are made on top of customers' regular monthly bills, correct?
Could you restate that?
Sure. So the payment arrangement, once it's agreed upon with the company, that payment is added to the monthly bill that the customer already has to pay as they pay down their outstanding balance.
Yeah, I think it depends on what other programs they may be involved in, budget billing, extended payment plans. Really, the key here is an extended payment plan is typically 12 to 15 months. We've been extending those payment plans to 24 months. And I think furloughs came up earlier today. That's a program that we offered to not only federal employees, but federal contractors as well. And we do that on the honor system. They just have to say they're impacted by the furloughs, and we bring them into these programs.
So let me ask a different way. So for the 12 to 13 months or the 24-month period that a customer is on a flexible payment arrangement, do they not receive a monthly electric bill during that time?
They do, yes.
And do they have to pay that monthly electric bill?
Yes, often people that are customers that need an extended payment program, they're just having a short-term cash flow issue.
But for the payment plan that they're on, is the monthly cost of that, is that added to the bill that the customer gets for their usage in any given month?
It is, yes.
Okay, thank you. So what happens if a customer cannot afford the flexible payment arrangement cost in addition to the regular monthly bill they have to pay?
We will sit down or talk to them on the phone and try to figure out what's best for them and what options may be available.
Okay, and if there's no options available, could that lead to a service termination?
It could, yes,
Okay.
as a last resort.
Now, I'd like to ask you about a DR response. This is OPC DR 30-2. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 17.
So marked.
And tell me when you're at the response, Mr. Bosvik.
DR 2-2?
30-2.
I have not seen those numbers. Okay, I'm there.
And you sponsored the response to this DR, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And this DR provides the attachment to it provides the number of residential customers enrolled in flexible payment accounts.
It does, yes.
And this is for the January 2024 through the February 2026 time period?
It does, yes.
And this information here is, in this DR is true and correct to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So now I'd like to turn back to your direct testimony. Still on page 11, but lines 14 through 15. And on these two lines here, you discuss extended payment due dates. And you explain here that extended payment due dates are for customers relying on government assistance or another fixed income source. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And this program also aims to give customers the ability to pay their bill in full, but offers a reprieve by allowing a customer to change the date of their bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So now I'd like to ask you about the response to OPC DR 2-3. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 18. And Mr. Vosvik, you sponsored the response to this?
I did, yes.
So the table provided in response to Subpart A, this shows per month from 2024 through August 2025, the number of customers granted extended due dates and the average outstanding balance. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Would you agree here that the data shows a steady increase in the number of customers requesting extended due dates and the average outstanding balance of customers granted extended due dates?
Yes.
And the responses to subpart C and D of this DR state that customers can remain in this program as long as needed and can request payment date extensions as many times as many times as they want, so long as they are eligible. Is that correct?
That is correct. And if I might add, though, again, these are raw numbers. In 2025, we were much more outbound in offering these programs to our customers. So there may be a correlation, there just from an awareness and an education perspective on why you see the uptick in numbers.
And why would the company need to increase its outreach?
We're just being more visible with our programs, recognizing that, we have customers out there that may need assistance.
And that's not in response to any particular affordability crises?
We take affordability very seriously. The word crisis, I think, I wouldn't use that term.
Okay, understood. So I'd like to ask you about subpart E. For eligibility here, the response to this subpart states it's based on having an active residential account and not a collective bill account. Could you define what collective bill account means here?
Could you direct me to the response, please?
Yeah, the response to subpart E. It's the very last sentence on the second page.
No, we don't define it.
Could you define it on the stand, to your knowledge?
I could not, no.
Okay. And it's correct that the extended payment due date program is only available to residential customers and not small businesses?
That is correct, yes.
And is it also correct that if a customer is in arrears or on a flexible payment arrangement, they would be ineligible for an extended due date option?
Could you repeat that, please?
If a customer is in arrears or on a flexible payment arrangement plan, would they be eligible for an extended due date?
They would not be, no.
Okay. Now please turn back to your direct testimony, again staying on page 11. Lines 16 through 20 discuss one-time payment delays. Is that right?
It does, yes.
And a one-time payment delay, as you describe in your testimony, is a program that provides short-term relief to customers experiencing temporary financial hardship. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And like flexible payment arrangements and the payment due date extension program, this program also aims to help customers pay their Pepco bill in full. Is that correct?
It does, yes.
Now I'd like to ask you about OPC DR 2-4. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 19.
So marked.
And you sponsored the response to this DR, correct?
Is this question 5? I'm not seeing the numbers on my sheets here.
This is question 2-4.
2-4, gotcha. Got it.
And you sponsored the response to this DR, is that correct?
I did, yes, sir.
Now, if you could turn to the second page of the response, subpart B provides a definition of temporary financial hardship.
Yes.
Could you explain what that definition is?
Do you want me to read it?
You can read it if you know it off the top of your head. You can say it.
It's for customers that have short-term financial situations, and they're not able to meet their obligation at a point in time, but they will be able to make a payment. It's the short-term cash flow issue.
Okay, and so like the 3 prior programs we've discussed, this program also aims to help customers pay their Pepco bill in full?
It does, yeah. It's, again, another option for customers.
And so what type of customer is this program intended to help? I think you said something about short-term cash flow issues.
Yeah, it could be somebody. It could be a number of things. People furloughed. It could be people that are in between jobs for a short period of time, pending a new job start. Yeah, it could be a number of things. A college payment for their son or daughter.
So could a customer claim a temporary financial hardship due to a change in Pepco's distribution rates that leads them to no longer being able to afford to pay their monthly bill?
To your point, could be.
Okay. Now, if you could turn back to your direct testimony, again, staying on page 11, but look at lines 21 through 23.
Yes, got it.
And here you discuss budget billing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And like the other three programs, or the other four programs, well, I think we're at three at this point. This program aims to help customers pay their bill in full. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. And OPC asked a few questions about budget billing. In OPC DR 2-5, we'll start with that one. And that response should be in your packet, so if you could take a look at it.
Yeah, I have it here.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit
20, I think.
20, yeah.
Yeah. So marked.
And if I could just make a comment, when you say help customers pay in full, the answer to I keep saying yes. I mean, we would not want to design a program that wouldn't optimize an offering to our customer and have them only partially pay. You know, we're trying to do everything that we can to keep them from falling behind. So that's why we design our programs to get them back on their feet and don't have any arrearages. To me, it wouldn't make sense to have partial programs.
Yeah, understood.
Okay.
So you sponsored the response to OPC DR 2-5, is that right?
Yes, yes, sir.
So take a look at the table provided in response to Subpart A. Could you tell me what this table shows?
This shows the number of customers enrolled in budget billing and outstanding, average outstandings and number of budget billing customers that canceled and what was outstanding for that population.
So if you could focus on the average outstanding balance of customer requested to cancel column, it's the last column on the right. Would you agree that when customers go to cancel their budget bill, they usually owe the company money?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Now, OPC asked the company to provide updated data for this response. I have two exhibits to pass out that I couldn't include in my packet, but reflects the updated data. And Your Honor, one of these data requests, it's marked confidential, but the company has agreed to waive confidentiality for this. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark OPC DR 21-3 as OPC Exhibit 21. And DR 24-9 is OPC Exhibit 22.
Counsel, I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of 24-9.
Yeah, that didn't get.
Oh, this is it. Okay, thanks.
Apologies, counsel.
No worries. And I'm sorry, that was OPC Exhibit 22?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And Mr. Vosvik, you sponsored the responses to both of these DRs?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And can you confirm that OPC DR 21-3 asks for an update to the data in OPC DR 2-5?
Yes, I can.
And then could you turn to DR 24-9? And could
Yes.
you confirm that this DR asks for an updated attachment from DR 21-3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And so take a look at the attachment and the chart provided. And all the way to the right, focus on the average outstanding balance of customers' request to cancel column.
Okay.
So would you agree that in this response, if you look down to November of 2025, the average balance of customers seeking to cancel their budget bill was $495?
That is correct.
And for December of 2025, the average balance to cancel the bill was $514. Is that right?
That is correct. But again, these are points in time. You're calling out 2 out of maybe 24.
Yep. So my next question, would you agree that the data shows that the average outstanding budget bill balance for each month from January 2024 through December 2025 was more than $275? And so let me direct you, this is to the second column from the left.
Oh, okay.
Average outstanding balance of enrolled customers.
Could you repeat the question? I was looking at the far right table.
Sure. So this column here, average outstanding balance of enrolled customers. Would you agree that on average from January 2024 through December 2025, customers owed Pepco more than $275?
Yes, the customers in this population, yes.
And then this chart also shows that to cancel their budget bill, again, going back to the column on the far right, customers had to pay the company at least $222 on average.
When you say pay their bill, is that what you're referring to?
To pay their outstanding balance.
Yes.
So based on the information provided in this chart, would I be correct to conclude that customer budget bills have not been able to keep up with changes in distribution rates and changes in supply costs?
Could you repeat the question?
Based on the data in this chart, would I be correct to conclude that the monthly budget bill amount, the monthly payment a customer makes, that amount is not able to keep up with changes in electric rates?
No, I would not agree with that. I think, you have 2,000 customers here. It would be an unfair representation to make that comment. I think you'd have to, using the final line, the 2,600 customers, you'd have to follow that through the entire life cycle to really understand the circumstances. So I can't agree with a general statement like that.
Okay, so just, speaking about just the average customer represented here, would you agree that if they have an outstanding balance at the time they request to cancel, the budget bill amount that they've been given has not kept up with changes in rates or changes? We can add changes in usage to that as well.
Yeah, I think between usage and rates, that would be a fair, very high level assumption.
Okay. And based on the information in this chart, would I be correct to conclude that budget billing typically results in customers owing Pepco more money for electric services they received?
I wouldn't say they owe us more money.
Do they owe Pepco money for the electric services they received?
They do, yes.
Now, if you could turn back to DR 2-5. This was OPC Exhibit 20. Subpart B asks the company to explain how Pepco calculates its budget bill amounts. Is that right?
It does, yes.
And the response here states that the amounts are calculated on the most recent 12 months of consumption history at the premise, and that Pepco periodically reviews the budget bill amount every 3 months. Is that right?
That is correct. That I believe we made that change in 24, 25. It was only being kind of trued up on an annual basis, and we adopted, I think it was BGE's best practice to true it up and smooth it out 3 times a year.
What does consumption history at the premise mean?
Usage at the premise?
No.
So at the meter, is that what you're talking about? Or
I'm asking you to define what consumption history at the premise means in your DR response.
it's the electric usage at the home or the residence or the commercial.
Okay. And OPC asked a couple more DRs to help understand how Pepco calculates its budget bill amounts. This would be DR 21-4 and DR 30-1. I'd like to ask you about 21-4 first. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 23.
So marked.
Could you give me that number again, please?
Yes, DR 21-4.
I got it.
And you sponsored the response to this DR, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
In this response, is it correct that the company states the budget bill amount is determined based on actual usage over the past 12 months and currently applicable rates?
Correct, yes.
And does the company also state that known or anticipated future rate changes are not included in the calculation?
That is correct, yes.
So am I correct to conclude that if the company is aware of a rate change that will occur, such as an increase in distribution rates that the commission has approved, or a change in SOS prices, the company doesn't factor those changes into the budget bill calculation?
That is correct. But we did, when we made the switch to smoothing it out 3 times a year, that was one of the driving factors of why we implemented the 3 times a year versus once a year.
So would I be correct to conclude that the budget bill calculation is backward-looking and incapable of ensuring that customer monthly payments keep pace with changes in rates or electricity prices?
I would say yes, yeah, that's correct. I was struggling with the word backwards looking. Sounds negative, but it is looking back in time.
Now, if you could turn to DR 30-1. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 24.
So marked.
And Mr. Vosvik, you sponsored the response to this DR as well, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
Subpart A to this response asks if the company factors in the payoff of the customer's outstanding balance when adjusting a customer's budget bill payment.
Yes,
Is it correct that the company's response to that question is no?
that is correct.
So if the budget bill payment calculation doesn't reflect impending and future changes and energy cost increases, and if the payoff of the outstanding balance isn't factored into the customer's payment amount, is it possible for a customer to not owe the company money if they choose to cancel their budget bill?
Can you ask the question differently?
Yeah, I'll break the question down for you,
Okay.
sir. Um, So it's correct that, as you stated earlier, the budget bill payment calculation doesn't reflect impending and future rate changes, right?
That is correct, yes.
And nor does it reflect anticipated changes or increases in the cost of energy, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the payoff of the outstanding balance is not factored into the customer's monthly payment amount when it's reviewed by Pepco, correct?
That is correct.
So is it possible for a customer to not owe the company money if they choose to cancel their budget bill?
I would say yes. If they paid their bill in full, then they wouldn't owe us money. If that's why they canceled their budget billing, if they paid off their outstanding balance, they wouldn't owe us money.
But when they cancel the budget bill, if they have an outstanding balance, they have to pay that outstanding balance at the time of cancellation, correct?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. So even if they're paying the budget bill amount that Pepco has calculated for them, is it possible for the customer, once they decide to cancel their budget bill, for them to not owe Pepco money? Or is a customer always going to be in a situation where they'll have to pay the outstanding balance to the company upon cancellation?
I think I don't quite understand your line of questioning. I mean, there's different circumstances for different customers. So some customers could cancel budget billing because they paid off their balance, so they would not owe us any money. If a customer, well, go ahead, you can ask the question again.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to understand, Mr. Vosvik, is budget billing is presented as an affordability tool. But as you've confirmed, the calculation of the budget bill is fixed in time and roughly backward looking. It doesn't reflect anticipated changes in supply prices. It doesn't reflect anticipated changes in distribution, the distribution rates. And it's based on the customer's prior electric consumption. So if a customer were to electrify, for instance, that the anticipated change on the customer side, that's not reflected in there as well. Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So if the rates don't, if the budget bill amount doesn't factor in future changes to how much a customer is going to pay, then is it possible for a customer to terminate their budget bill with a $0 outstanding balance?
I think it would be possible, yes.
Is it likely?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
And again, going back to the table in 24.9, as I mentioned earlier, we're kind of talking at a super high, superficial level. You got to really get into the devil of the detail with each of these customers to understand exactly what happened.
Understood, but the 24-9 data shows the average results, correct?
It does, correct.
And could you just confirm that customers are required to pay the remaining budget bill balance if they terminate their service or if they move?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So how does budget billing help customers manage increasing costs when, on average, as the data reflects, it results in customers owing money to Pepco, which the customer is required to pay when they have to move or otherwise cancel their service?
But it's a smoothing out. Again, I'm going to go back to your exhibit 24.9. it's also very possible to say many of these customers are now fully paid and in really good standing with our company from a bill payment perspective.
Okay. So I'd like to ask you about the final affordability program you discussed, the Exelon Customer Relief Fund.
Sure.
And you discussed this at the top of page 12, starting at line 2.
Yes, sir.
And is it correct that this fund is financed through a donation from Pepco's parent company, Exelon?
It is, yes, sir.
And the Salvation Army is charged with administering the fund, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And as you describe in your testimony, this fund provides customers with up to $300 of relief to help offset increasing energy supply costs. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And would you agree that higher distribution rates would contribute to rising energy costs?
Yes.
Are customers restricted from using this fund to offset distribution costs?
As it states here, we implemented the customer relief fund due to the significant rise in supply costs. That was the purpose behind it.
Okay, but just to be clear, you say the fund is aimed to offset increasing energy supply costs.
That is correct.
But customers are not restricted from using the fund to offset distribution costs, or are they?
I'm subject to check.
This fund applies only to customers who have at least $250 in arrearages over the past 60 days. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the way the program works is that if you owe Pepco at least $250, you can receive $300 from Exelon to pay Pepco back. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct at a surface perspective, but I don't believe if somebody owed us $250, the customer relief fund, through the processes and the governance, would give them an extra $50. I think it would pay the $250, but that would have to be subject to check.
Well, so I said at least $250. It could be
Okay.
someone that owes Pepco $1,000, and they get $300 from
yes, sir.
Exelon
Yeah.
to pay Pepco back.
That's
Okay.
the spirit, yep.
So how is the relief from the fund applied?
It's through the Salvation Army.
Is the fund, is it applied as a bill credit? Is it a check that a customer gets?
Subject to check, I don't know top of mind. I believe it's a bill credit.
Okay, so and the fund is used to offset the monthly bill balance?
That is correct, yes.
So for a customer that's in arrears, can the customer elect to have the account balance applied only to the amount that's in arrears?
I'm not sure, subject to check.
Do you know who would be able to answer that question?
I could get you the answer.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate an answer.
You got
for
it.
that. And just based on your general knowledge, if the fund credit, so if the fund credit is applied as if the fund is applied as a bill credit, then would I be correct to state that it only impacts the arrearage amount to the extent the bill credit is greater than the monthly bill?
Again, subject to check. I'll get you the answer.
This is a one-time program, is that correct?
It is.
And so if a customer is in arrears by more than $500, even with the money from this fund, the customer would still remain in arrears, is that correct?
So if they were in arrears $500 and they only received the max of $300, they would still owe $200. That is correct.
Okay.
I would just like to notate, though, other state programs, the funds that flow through to help consumers pay for their goods, for example, LIHEAP, I still think it's a nice benefit to the customers, even if it's $300 to $500.
I mean, and any dollar matters, I understand.
Okay,
that.
gotcha.
But I'm just asking about the programs you discussed here in your testimony. Now, I'd like to ask about a data response that the company provided to OPC. This is the response to DR2-7. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 25.
So marked.
You sponsored the response to this DR, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the response to subpart A notes that of the 2.5 million allocated to Pepco from Exelon, Pepco's customers only received 2.125 million. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And it also states that only 3,611 applications were approved. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall how many applications Pepco received?
I do not, no.
And the response.
Again, this was managed through the Salvation Army.
And the response to subpart C also states that Exelon's donation to the Salvation Army is tax deductible. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if I understand this correctly, and to your knowledge, if you could confirm, Exelon got a tax benefit in exchange for donating money to help customers pay back Pepco. Is that right?
Yes, through IRS guidelines, though.
Understood.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that Exelon getting a tax benefit in exchange for giving customers money to help pay Pepco is an arrangement that helps make energy affordable for Pepco's customers?
Could you restate that? Because, as I think about the IRS and tax laws, Exelon would have only gotten a portion of tax credit, a small portion. So I don't know if you're implying they got $2.1 million.
No,
okay.
no, not implying they got 2.1 million.
Okay.
Yeah, but there, what you've confirmed to your knowledge is that there's a tax benefit that Exelon received for making this donation.
That is correct, yes.
And my question, if I'll repeat it, is that Exelon got a tax benefit for this donation that helps customers pay Pepco. And it's your testimony that this arrangement is a tool that helps make energy affordable for Pepco's customers.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. But I would also add that our customers were very appreciative for up to $300 on their utility bill.
I understand that. So for the programs that we've just discussed, you'd agree that all of them help customers in some way with paying the balance that they owe to Pepco, right?
Correct, yes.
And so one of the goals of these programs is to help make Pepco whole. Would you agree with that?
It is to help customers pay one of their bills, their family bills, yes. Yeah. One of many.
And in so doing, the less that the less customers that are in arrears, the more revenue Pepco collects. Is that correct?
The less customers are in arrears, the more revenue.
That Pepco collects?
Yes.
Okay. And none of these programs involve reducing or mitigating distribution rate costs. Is that correct?
None of the programs you questioned me on do not.
Would you agree that not raising distribution rates would help customers manage the amount they pay for electric distribution from Pepco?
Could you restate that?
Would you agree that not raising distribution rates would help customers manage the amount they pay for electric distribution from Pepco?
It would be correlated to the amount they pay, but again, I'm sticking by my initial statement that our customers expect a resilient grid.
Understood. And it's the company's position that a rate increase is unavoidable and absolutely necessary. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Vosvik, I appreciate your patience with McCross. I just have a few more questions for you, unrelated to affordability measures. Okay. Now, Mr. Vosvik, is it correct that Pepco's rates are currently seasonally differentiated?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And in this case, Pepco proposes to begin the process of gradually eliminating seasonally differentiated rates for certain customer classes. Is that right?
Could you point me to what you're referring to?
So you discussed this in your SIR rebuttal. And that's in particular what I'm asking about. So are you generally aware of Pepco's proposal to eliminate seasonally differentiated rates?
Generally.
Okay. Do you know offhand what months the company classifies as part of the winter season and part of the summer season?
Top of mind, no.
Okay, so
With the moratoriums, it's hard to keep track of.
Understood. So subject to check, would you agree that winter's from November 1 through May 31st?
That winter is,
The winter billing period is for Pepco is from November 1 through May 31?
that sounds about right, yes.
And then summer would be from June 1 to October 31?
Yes,
And
sounds right.
are you aware that one of OPC witness Whitehead's recommendations is for the company to change the month of October from from a summer month to a winter month?
I am, yes.
And is it correct that this change would require redefining the summer season as June through September?
Yes.
Now, in your surrebuttal testimony, at page 2, line 6, not seeing page numbers on my copy.
Four pages long.
I see it, yeah.
In your surrebuttal, you respond to Ms. Whitehead's proposal. Is it correct that Pepco considers this proposed change as an operational change?
Yes.
And then on the next page at lines 9 through 11, you explain that this type of change would typically require months of analysis, configuration, and testing. And then at line 17, you explain that if commission direction is received in the late summer for an October 1, 2026 implementation, that window would not provide sufficient time to implement the changes safely for October 1, 2026.
That is correct, yeah. The challenge that we have is we're in the middle of a system, SAP customer system upgrade. So we really can't make any changes in the system during that upgrade. Otherwise, it'll significantly increase cost to the upgrade.
How many months would Pepco need to safely implement the change that Ms. Whitehead recommends?
To do the analysis, configuration, and testing to make sure the bills were accurate, 5 months.
Would it be feasible for the company to implement this change before the next season change? So by June 1, 2027?
That would be feasible, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. Appreciate your time, Mr. Vosvik.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I neglected to move my exhibits into evidence. So that would be I move for exhibits 15, OPC 15 through 25.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, I do not see Montgomery County, so we will go straight to staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vosvik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Mike Dean, one of the staff attorneys. Do you have a copy of staff exhibit number 3? The cover is a cover letter from Pepco dated December 1, 2025.
Number 3? Sir, number 3?
Well, that would have to be written.
This was 4. Oh, it was 2.
Mr. Dean, it's the one Ms. Herman handed out earlier, right? Thick
Yes.
packet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have that. Thank you.
Maybe I wrote it down wrong.
Matt, I have this one as 3.
3, okay. My bad.
But there was an additional paper they also passed out.
Yeah, we didn't put it in.
Yeah.
Sir, I have it here.
Thank you. Could you turn to the first page there, staff, or the response to staff data request 7-1?
Yes, sir.
And you're the sponsor of that data request?
Yeah, myself and Mr. Lemming.
And could you turn to back to staff exhibits or questions 7-5 through 7-12?
Yes.
And are you the sponsor of the answers to these data requests?
Yes, sir.
Do you know of any changes or corrections to these data request responses?
Give me one moment to glance at them, please. I am not aware of any changes.
Thank you. Your Honor, staff would like to enter this portion of Staff Exhibit 3 into the administrative record.
Without objection, oh, proper term is so admitted? Yep, good.
Could you turn to question 7-5?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And this this question is dealing with the project 188511, the Pepco CREF automation.
Yes.
And in your direct testimony on page 22,
Yes, sir.
in the table there, this is the first listed item in this table of plant additions in excess of $1 million.
Yes, we have taken that out, sir.
Oh, yes. That I was going to ask you if you were here.
I was. Yes, sir.
Pepco witness Lemming noted that this should have been allocated to the district only and not to Maryland. Do you have any input into the jurisdictional study regarding the assignments of projects like this?
No, sir.
Thank you. Could you turn to data request 7-12?
Yes.
And this data request deals with the customer flight path project.
Yes, sir, it does.
Just for clarification, from the questioning from the Maryland Energy Administration, the customer flight path is still, recovery for this is still being, it's still included in the recovery for this case, correct?
No, sir, it's been withdrawn as well.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Staff has no further questions for your
Thank you,
testimony.
sir.
Redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Vosvik, you were asked some questions by counsel for staff and MEA regarding whether or not there were some projects that were either in or out of the traditional test year. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
Do you know, is there a revenue requirements witness that the company is going to be placing on the stand who will be able to go into more detail in terms of which projects are in the traditional test year and which ones are not?
Yes, Morgan O'Donnell, our CFO.
Okay. I'm not sure if she testifies to revenue requirements.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident somebody on the docket will be able to address those questions.
Would that be Mr. Nelson?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall being asked some questions regarding affordability by the Office of People's Counsel?
Yes.
And specifically, they were referencing OPC Exhibit 16. If you have that, those were the customer satisfaction ratings. Do you still have that
I
exhibit?
do, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall being asked questions by the Office of People's Counsel regarding the customer satisfaction numbers for the rates measures? That is about midway through the page there.
Yes.
And I believe the first category is reasonableness of electric rates, keeping electric rates as low as possible, providing information about rates. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to tell us, are we asking customers only about the distribution portion of their bill, or is that their total bill?
It's the total bill.
Okay.
So it'd be supply, delivery, surcharges, taxes.
Okay, and if you know what is generally the largest part of a customer's bill?
The supply.
And does the company have any control over the supply portion of the bill?
No control.
Okay, thank you. And do you also, finally, Mr. Vosvik, you were also asked questions by the Office of People's Counsel regarding the various programs that Pepco has in order to help customers pay their bill. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
And I believe that the counsel for OPC asked that if customers pay more of their bills, that the company would make more revenue. Do you recall that question?
I do,
sir?
yes.
Okay. Is it also the case that if customers pay more of their bills, it will help to minimize the amount of uncollectibles that all Pepco customers will have to bear?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, then we will turn to the members of the commission, starting with Commissioner McLean.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just one quick question in follow-up to Mr. San Martino. He was discussing the process involved with moving October from a summer month to a winter month, and it's going to take 5 months time.
Yeah.
Do you know approximately how much that's going to cost? Because it looks like it's a pretty involved process.
Top of mind, I do not know what it would cost.
Okay. Is there a witness who might be able to address that?
No, we would have to scope the project.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have one question for you. Did you get an opportunity to listen to either of the evening hearings that referencing this case?
I did not know, sir.
Did not, okay. There were several customers that provided comments regarding the challenges they had with resolving their bills with Pepco. And at least 2 of them were directed by commissioners during the evening hearing to contact our offices because they had challenges in interacting with Pepco. So I guess I'll ask on the record for you to get back to us as to the status of those customers. Now, I believe they've reached out to the company before. Their names are part of the record
Okay.
here, so you should be able to reach out to them.
Sure, no problem.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Suchman?
No questions.
And I don't have any questions. Pardon me, did I skip you? Sorry about that.
So, looking at page 11 of your direct testimony, question 25 with the programs the company offers for helping people pay their bills.
Yes.
So apart from the Exelon Customer Relief Fund, did you help develop or oversee the establishment of these programs?
The modifications, for example, budget billing, the smoothing out that I mentioned, but as I also kind of signaled, is these were 5 of many. We're also doing a lot of community events, meeting what I term as meeting customers where they are out in the community. We have a mobile assistance van where we're going to senior centers and different centers in the jurisdictions. Single Stop, which is we're only one of 2 utilities in the country that offer that, and Pepco Maryland customers benefit from tax support, SNAP, different social service programs, housing, food. So we're helping our customers well beyond the utility bill with real dollars impacting their families.
But I guess what I'm trying to find out is, are you the person in the company who's in charge of developing the policies related to accommodating customers and paying bills?
I am one of the executives, yes.
Okay. And because some of this involves regulations and policies that we have.
Right.
So you're involved in developing the company's position in reaction to potential changes that we might make, right?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
And I think another good example would be the bill redesign.
Sure. Okay. So if you could go to OPC Exhibit 15, and then the response on D. In the last sentence of the first paragraph, it says, annual research summits with Excellent and Exelon OpCop research leads are held to review the full survey instrument and discuss updates. So I guess I was trying to figure out. Yeah, so right at the top there,
Yep.
the last sentence. So what are those annual research summits?
Let me read through this.
Sure.
Also, myself and my peers meet with Escalent and kind of learn more about the surveys, the instruments, the tools, get their professional opinion expertise to help kind of modify and design future surveys, but also garner intelligence from the surveys that we're getting.
Okay, and what's Exelon Op?
That's myself and my peers.
I see. Okay.
My customer operations executive peers.
And if does Exelon provide similar services to either DPL or BG&E?
The services that we talked about?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right, that's it. Thanks.
And as I said, I didn't have any questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So what say you as to your next witness?
Mr. Mike Heel will be coming up, and we're going to bring up company witness Allo.
Which company witness?
Allo.
Allo.
Thank you so much.
So, I mean, it's up to you. You decide what you want to do.
Okay, so it's 2:45 right now. You think? Do you have any thoughts as to how long this would be?
Longer. I have an hour of live rejoinder.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to have this witness in one day, then it looks to me like maybe tomorrow morning is a better option. If that's okay with you. I mean, obviously, look, I've been at public hearings that have gone till 7 in the evening. If you want to do that, that's.
It's on 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we have to. Well, okay.
As long as we can get pizza.
I guess we'd just like to get him up and down today, if possible, Your Honor.
For the whole thing.
Yes.
Yes.
Go for it. Yeah. That's Ben's job. Take it away.
I'm ready when you are. Just enter my name for the record. It's Douglas E. Micheel, Micheel. That's okay. Mr. Allo, will you state and spell your name for the record?
What? Oh, yes, right.
Oh.
I do.
I'm sorry, Mr. Allo, will you state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Taiwo Alo. Taiwo, last name Alo.
And can you tell us your educational background, sir?
I graduated from Penn State University with a bachelor's of electrical engineering with a primary focus in power systems. I also got a minor of economics at the same time. I then proceeded to get my master's in business administration from the University of Maryland. I have a professional engineering certification, licensed to practice in the state of Maryland and District of Columbia. I have been a practicing engineer for over 20 years, with about 10 years doing forecasting and planning for the distribution grid.
And have you filed direct testimony in this proceeding that I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibits 11 and 11C?
Yes.
And does that direct testimony consist of 166 pages and 5 schedules?
Yes, it does.
And initially, were schedules 2 and 5 were confidential in that direct testimony, but Pepco made the Quanta study, Schedule 5, public in its entirety. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Do you have any corrections or additions that you need to make to Part 1 of your testimony, sir, which is Exhibit 11?
Yes, I do. On page 1 of my testimony, I'd like on line 9, I'd like to strike out PHI and change that with BGE. So to read before joining BGE in 2009. I'd also like to strike after WSP USA, strike out and Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Do you have any other corrections or additions that you need to make to Part 1 of your direct testimony, Exhibit 11?
No, I don't.
And if I asked you those questions in that testimony, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, it would.
Have you also caused to be filed Part 2 of the direct testimony of witness Allo?
That is correct.
And do you have any corrections or additions that you need to make to that testimony?
No, I don't.
And if I asked you the same questions that are in Part 2 of that testimony, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, it would.
With that, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of the direct testimony 11 and 11C of witness Allo.
Without objection, so admitted.
Mr. Allo, have you caused to be filed what I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 12 and 12C, your rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
And does that rebuttal testimony consist of 129 pages and 5 schedules?
Yes, it does.
And Schedule 5, TOAR 5, is confidential. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
Do you have any corrections or additions that you need to make to that testimony, sir?
Yes, I do.
Could you let us know where those are?
Sure. On page 10, I'd like to strike out question and answer 16 on page 10.
With that correction, if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibits 12 and 12C, and then I wish I could say brief live rejoinder, but I have live rejoinder of this witness.
Well, without objection, so entered.
May I approach the witness to give him the sir rebuttal testimony that
You may.
discussing? Mr. Allo, I'm handing you a copy of the sir rebuttal testimony of MEA witness Joyce Lombardi. Have you had an opportunity to review Ms. Lombardi's sir, rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I have.
And sir, if you could turn to page 5 of that testimony. And I'm focusing there on lines 27 through 30. Let me know if you're there.
I'm there.
Do you agree or disagree with the statement at page 5 of Ms. Lombardi's sir rebuttal testimony that Pepco did not understand how long the overloads were at Park Lawn Substation or when those overloads would occur?
I disagree.
And why do you disagree, sir?
I disagree because Pepco has submitted into record several years of load forecast indicating consistent, persistent increase in overload at the Parkland substation.
And when you say consistent, persistent, long-term overload, what do you mean, sir?
I mean that the overload forecasted at the Parkland substation was increasing year over year, and the increases were not minor.
Do the nature of the forecasted overloads, the increasing magnitude that you just discussed, support a battery solution at the Park Lawn substation?
No, it wouldn't. The company evaluated alternatives, and one of those alternatives included the battery energy storage system. And due to the nature of this overload at Park Lawn, deemed that a battery energy storage solution would not address the problem.
May I retrieve that and hand you the sir rebuttal testimony of MEA witness Mr. Balakumar, sir? Have you reviewed MEA's witness Balakumar's sir rebuttal testimony, sir?
Yes, I have.
If you could, sir, could you turn to page 17 of that testimony? And that is where Mr. Balakumar starts his criticism of the Quanta study. Could you let me know when you're there?
I'm there.
And I'd ask you to focus on lines 21 through 24 on page 17. Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar that the Quanta study should have performed an hourly constraint analysis to determine how many hours per year the projected overload at Park Lawn would persist?
I disagree with Mr. Balakumar. I disagree with Mr. Balakumar that we should have performed an hourly constraint analysis. The Quanta study was meant to study the area, the Montgomery County area, the White Flint area, and determined that the overload that we had forecasted was still present. And the study was done by Quanta and confirmed that the overload still existed.
Now, if Quanta, sir, had done an hourly constraint analysis indicating the hours of projected overload for all scenarios presented, would that information have changed Pepco's decision to proceed with the White Flint substation?
No, it wouldn't have. And the reason was because the nature of the forecasted overload was increasing and rising over time. And within 4 years, we had a forecast indicating that the substation was going to be overloaded by about 10 megawatts MVAs, basically indicating that battery energy storage solution was not suitable to address that problem.
Can you explain how a battery solution could be used in an overload condition?
Yeah, so typically battery energy storage solution is used to shift peaks. So it's meant to store energy and dispatch that energy at a convenient time, thereby trimming the load shape and moving energy from one point in time to the other. Typically, it's used in situations where the forecast overload is a lot less than what was experienced in the White Flint area. So it's more of a 1 to 2 megawatt load forecast increase above the ratings of the particular asset. That's typically what the solution is used for. In this particular scenario, there were specific actionable intelligence with firm load information that was used to determine what the forecast at White Flint was, which basically indicated that a battery energy storage solution would not have been able to address this problem statement.
Okay. So, if I understand, is it your position that a battery solution is not appropriate when there's persistent and increasing load?
That is correct. And it definitely depends on the magnitude of the overload. And in this instance, like I alluded to, with the increase from over 1 megawatt in the first year all the way to 10 megawatts by the fourth year, the drastic increase of this particular overload didn't lend itself for battery solutions to address the problem.
Okay, now at page 17 of Mr. Balakumar's sir rebuttal testimony, starting at the bottom there, line 25, sir, Mr. Balakumar notes that the Quanta study did not evaluate any alternatives to the White Flint substation. Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar there, sir?
I agree with Mr. Balakumar. The intent wasn't for the Quanta study to perform a planning analysis. It was meant to review the forecast in the area and determine that the problem still existed, or validate that the problem still existed. And they did do that. They confirmed directionally a consistent forecast that was in line with what Pepco had forecasted.
Could you, sir, turn to page 19, lines 18 through 22 of Mr. Balakumar's testimony there?
I'm there.
And do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar's claim, starting at line 18, that his analysis used information that Pepco knew or should have known at the time it made its decisions regarding White Flint in 2017 and 2019?
No, I disagree with Mr. Balakumar. As can be seen from his numbers, he indicated that the numbers he used was gotten from in 2025, covering 2020 to 2024 forecast, and basically is indicating leveraging information that was not available at the time at the time that this project was initiated, basically demonstrating hindsight, leveraging information that was not known at the time to indicate that the forecast was inaccurate.
Did he use actual information or the forecasted information from the time period the White Flint decision was made?
He used actual historical information.
And did Pepco have actual information at the time it made its decision with respect to White Flint?
No, we didn't. No one had that information.
What's the average life of a substation like White Flint?
We have substations that are up to 85 years old. Our average substation on the Pepco system is 57 years old. Typically, when you want to build a substation, you expect that it's going to last longer than 50 years.
Sir, could you turn to page 27 of Mr. Balakumar's sir rebuttal testimony? And I'm looking, I think, at line 5 there, sir. The Orange and Rockland, New York, West Warwick, NSW project comparison. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar that the Orange and Rockland, West Warwick battery project is an appropriate comparison to Pepco's White Flint project?
No, I do not.
Why don't you agree, sir?
For a couple of reasons. The first reason, and if you read up on ONR New York West Warwick project, it's a project that was specifically initiated to, it's not a demonstration project because it actually was used to defer a substation project, but the circumstances, meaning the regulatory framework that was available and that was specially created to enable this project to be successful, was unique and wasn't available in Maryland at the time that the White Flint substation was actually initiated. So the regulatory framework was unique. Another thing that was unique was the infrastructure that was in place at the time and the nature of the overload that this particular solution was meant to address was quite different from what was the realities in the White Flint area. Like I alluded to, the nature of the overload in the White Flint area was persistent and increasing, whereas the nature of this overload was actually more of a consistent, stable load growth that you would expect on the average system.
May I approach the witness? I need to get an exhibit marked, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I was distracted there. What was your request?
I would like to approach the witness.
Oh, granted.
Exhibit marked, Your Honor. I believe it's going to be lucky number 13.
Okay. So noted.
Hello? You said 13, right?
Yeah, 13. Mr. Allo, I hand you what's been marked as Pepco Exhibit 13. Is this a presentation given by the New York State Department of Public Service to the Illinois Grid Planning Workshop entitled Non-Wire Alternatives in New York and dated May 6, 2025?
Yes, it is.
And sir, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
Could you, sir, turn to page 19 of that document?
I'm there.
And there it says, New York PSC orders regarding NWAs. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And is that the regulatory framework that you were talking about, sir?
Yes, it is.
And could you direct us to the 3 orders that the New York Commission had entered, sir?
Yes, the 3 others that were pre-existing before the Warwick Better Energy Storage Solutions was in place was Rev Track 1 order, which established the requirement that utilities identify and pursue non-wires alternative opportunities. This was issued February 26, 2015. The second was the BCA Framework Order, which established the rules and requirements for BCAs used to determine non-wires alternative cost effectiveness. This was issued January 21st, 2016. The third was the Distributed System Implementation Plan, DSIP, Guidance Order, established requirements for non-wires alternative information and beneficial DER locations within utility DSIPs. And this was issued April 20th, 2016. Like I alluded to earlier, these were the conditions, the regulatory environment within which this particular solution was actually put forward. And one other thing I didn't mention that I failed to mention was part of what had to occur is more of a willingness to accept reliability risk for the purposes of learning. This was not a demonstration project, but based on conversations that the utility had to have with the commissions, they all had to understand that there was some risk that these batteries might not work, and they all had to agree to that risk before proposing this as a solution to address substation overload in New York.
Can you, sir, turn to page 2 of that document?
Sure.
And it's entitled, What Makes Non-Wire Alternative Projects Successful in New York?
I'm there.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And the first item is standard process for identifying NWA project opportunities and requirements that utilities attempt to develop those opportunities. When Pepco was deciding on building the White Flint substation, was that in place here in Maryland?
No, it wasn't.
Is it in place here in Maryland now?
No, it's not.
Number 2 is pre-approval of cost-effective NWA projects and certainty of recovery of NWA project costs. Was that in place in Maryland when Pepco considered the White Flint project?
No, it wasn't.
Is it in place now?
No, it's not.
Number 3 item that makes New York and non-wire alternatives successful is level playing field for utility business model incentives for CapEx spending versus NWA project spending. Was that in place in Maryland in 2017?
No, it wasn't.
Is it in place now?
No, it's not.
Final one is shareholder incentives for successfully implementing NWA projects with enhanced incentives for doing so under budget. Was that in place in 2017?
No, it wasn't.
Is it in place now?
No, it's not.
And is that the framework that Orange and Rockland in New York operated under when they built the West Warwick project, sir?
Yes, it was.
So would it have made sense for Pepco to go forward with a battery project in 2017 absent regulatory clarity on how batteries were going to be treated?
No, it wouldn't that make sense.
Do you know if this commission has recently approved rules for energy storage with order number 90823 in case number 9715?
Yes.
And were those energy storage rules effective March 30th, 2026?
Yes, that is correct.
Are there other parts of the regulatory framework that were not mature at the time that Pepco decided to construct the White Flint substation?
Yes, the benefit cost analysis framework was also not mature.
And is there an ongoing work group in Maryland looking for a uniform benefit cost analysis for DER?
Yes, there is.
And is Pepco an active participant in that?
Yes, we are.
So what does that mean with respect to the Orange and Rockland West Warwick project that is discussed starting at page 27 of Mr. Balakumar's rebuttal testimony?
It indicated that this particular solution was especially crafted to work in New York based on those pre-existing conditions, and would not have worked in the White Flint area because those conditions did not exist. Also, it wouldn't have worked because of the nature of the overload that we were experiencing in White Flint. The increase in nature of the overload didn't enable the battery energy storage solution to be a feasible alternative to address the overload at Parkland.
Okay. Could you focus now, sir? You can set that aside. I'm done with those questions.
Okay.
I would move the admission of Exhibit 13, Your Honor.
Without objection, so admitted.
Sir, could you turn to page 44 of the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Balakumar? And I'm focusing there on lines 21 through 25.
Sorry, Counsel, what page did you say?
I'm sorry, page 44, sir, lines 21 through 25.
I'm there.
Should Pepco have knew or known when it made its decision to build White Flint that it was required to get outside bids regarding an NWA project at initiation?
No. A bid solicitation process is a procurement process, and you'd only engage in a procurement process if you deemed the solution to be feasible. As a result of the non-wires alternative solution not being feasible, it would have been imprudent to expend resources to do a bid process.
So a bid process, even if it was done, wouldn't have solved the problem. Pepco would have just spent money that the solution wasn't going to solve the problem.
That is correct.
Could you, sir, focus on page 44? I'm looking at lines again, 21 through 25. Mr. Balakumar says that Pepco knew or should have known that it should have conducted a full-blown cost-benefit analysis at project initiation. Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar?
No, I disagree. Similar to my comments just now, cost-benefit analysis is not useful if the solution that you're evaluating the cost for doesn't address the problem statement.
Based on what Pepco knew or should have known at the time it built the White Flint substation, has the company, in your opinion, thoroughly justified its decision?
Yes, I believe that the company has thoroughly justified its position.
Could you, sir, turn to page 23, lines 12 through 22 of Mr. Balakumar's testimony, sir? And I'm focusing on the NWS hourly constraint analysis.
Yep, I see it.
Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar's alternative analysis presented and conclusions made regarding the hourly suitability of a storage initiative or alternative?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
And why is that, sir?
I disagree. I think the hourly constraint analysis methodology is a preference and an analysis methodology that witness Balat Kumar likes and I guess wishes that we had used. But our analysis, our alternative analysis, deemed that the battery energy storage solution would not have addressed the persistent increase in overload, and so did not fit the need.
And do you, sir, could you turn to TOAR 1, page 90? That's in your rebuttal testimony, sir.
I'm there.
Does that page of that schedule demonstrate the persistent overload that Pepco had calculated based on its load forecasts for the Park Lawn substation?
Yes, it does. And for those that are not familiar, this is a 10-year forecast load table for 2017 to 2026. If you see at the bottom,
Is that what you emailed me?
at the bottom
Is that what you emailed me?
of the load table, White sub is shown there. If you trace it, you see that the load in White Flint is 0 until 2022. In 2022, the load in White Flint is 50.6. If you want to kind of know what the load is without White Flint, you'd have to add that load to the load in Parklawn Drive sub. What this is indicating, high-level summary, is in 2022 there's a overload of about 1.3 megawatts. In 2022 there's it's an overload of 1.3 megawatts. In 2023 it grows to 4.2. In 2024 it grows to 7.2. In 2025 it grows to 10.3. In 2026 it grows to 13.7. That's what I mean when I say the forecast is increasing.
Okay, can I just ask you, since it's 2026 now?
Yes.
What part of that is actual, or is it all forecast?
It's all forecast.
So do we have actual numbers?
We do have actual numbers, but
So how did the actual numbers compare to the forecast?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we can't compare the actual numbers to the forecast because that information was not available when the decision to invest in the project is. Prudency requires that we make a decision and evaluate the decision made based on the information that was available at the time.
Right, but I'd like to know the actual numbers.
I don't have the actual forecast.
No,
today.
the actual, you don't need a forecast when it's 2026. You're looking to last year and the year before and the year before.
That is correct.
So where are those numbers?
I can get that to you, but that's not what's reflected
Yeah,
here.
could you get those numbers?
Yes, it's actually in my load table. I can refer you to that information.
Okay. Could you look, sir, at page 21 of the Sir rebuttal, line 3, where they have a complete West Warwick project timeline? Do you see that there, sir?
Page 21
Of Bala Kumar's Sir rebuttal testimony?
What page are you again?
Page 21. I'm
Okay.
looking at the question starting on line 4.
Yep.
And specifically, I'm looking at footnote 30 that says the West Warwick Battery Energy Storage System Annual Report, which is attached in Exhibit NBSR7. And if I can, I just took it out. Can I approach the witness and give him that?
You may.
And this is attached to Mr. Balakumar's Sir rebuttal testimony, sir. Is that, and it's also cited in footnote 30, is that the annual report that is attached as in Mr. Balakumar's Sir rebuttal testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
And if you could turn to page 2 on the lessons learned, sir. And I'm looking at the first bullet. Does it say there that in 2023 there was a fire at this battery?
Yes, it does.
I need to get some exhibits marked, a package of exhibits marked, Your Honor. I believe it.
Go ahead.
It's 14, 15, and 16. That'll be 14. 15.
Just give me two of the same things. Doug, you just gave me two of the same things.
Oh,
Which one is 15 and which one is
14,
I got that.
15.
Which is 15?
Did you not get 16?
No, I got two 15s.
I've got an extra 16 here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Good.
Here, wait, here. Yeah, you take that.
I do not. I just have these three. We can. Mr. Allo, I hand you what I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 14. The Mid-Hudson News article on June 28th, 2023. Are you familiar with that article, sir?
Yes, I am.
And does that indicate that there was a fire in the convergent energy power battery at the West Warwick battery storage on the morning of Wednesday?
Counsel, do you want to have me identify this as 14? I didn't do it already, did I?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I just laid the foundation. But Mr. Balakumar, I hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 14, the Mid-Hudson News fire at New Warwick Battery Storage Center.
I think the chair was just saying,
Yeah.
you know, can I have this marked?
Yeah,
I
that's
think,
all.
I think that's what he was.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's,
I apologize.
that's fine.
Are you familiar with Exhibit 14?
Yes.
And does that indicate there was a fire on Wednesday, June 28th at the West Warwick Battery, consistent with the annual report attached to Mr. Balakumar's rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it does.
Are you familiar, sir, with Exhibit 15, which is dated October 23rd and entitled Manufacturing Defect Blamed for Battery Fires at Convergent Storage Facility?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
And again, you want to note this is 15.
Yes,
Oh.
Exhibit 15, and I would move Exhibit 14 and 15 into the record, Your Honor.
Without objection, so admitted.
Could you, sir, turn to the second page of this? Does this indicate at the top that the fire in 2023 was caused by a manufacturing defect in the Powen branded Centipede model battery that let water enter the units, resulting in an electrical fire?
Yes, it does.
And is there also a statement there from an Orange and Rockland employee, a Mr. Gilligan?
Yes, there is.
And does he indicate that the company is working on backup solutions to cover Warwick's energy needs, including the development of a mobile substation?
Yes, it does.
Have you also had a chance to review Pepco Exhibit 16, sir?
Yes, I have.
And that is from the Village of Warwick, New York, December 20th, 25.
Yes, it is.
And it's entitled Convergent Energy Church Street Battery Facility Storage Fire, December 19th, 2025.
Yes, it does.
And does that indicate that the West Warwick Battery Facility had yet another fire on December 19th?
Yes, it does.
Can you turn to the second part of that document, Exhibit 16? And it's entitled Convergent Energy Church Street Battery Fire Update, December 22nd. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that indicate that with respect to the 2023 battery fire, that there was a root cause analysis done?
Yes, it does.
And does it indicate in this document that all of the batteries in 2023 at this facility were removed?
Yes, it does.
And since one of the batteries again burned at this facility, would that battery have to be removed and replaced?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 16.
Right, noted as
I'm sorry.
16.
Your Honor, may we be heard?
Yes.
Isn't this rejoinder? I'm not familiar with. I mean, I am familiar with the rules of rejoinder, and I'm not aware that they allow Pepco to start entering new evidence into the record. And this is not our witness, and I apologize if this is inappropriate. I know that rules when you laid them out, but Steph is responsible for completing the record, and I just wish to raise the issue for you to think about. That's all this.
I am ready to speak to that, Your Honor. Your rule that you set out when you first got up there said that all testimony has to be tied directly to the testimony at point. This statement, this testimony by Mr. Balakumar on the Orange and Rockland West Warwick Battery Storage Facility was first produced and provided 50 pages of it in this sir rebuttal testimony. Pepco had no other opportunity to do this, so I have tied all of these exhibits specifically to items in the sir rebuttal testimony as directed by the chair.
Come up to the microphone.
So, I understand what Pepco is saying about responding to Mr. Balakumar's testimony, but the exhibits he's putting into evidence relate to fires and other news articles, which that is not the purpose of Mr. Balakumar's testimony. And if he wants to put those into the record, we would also, require request that the commission please consider whatever weight is to be attributed with respect to the point of Mr. Balakumar's testimony. And since we are trying to review these documents live, we also would respectfully request to have the opportunity to provide any further information on related to these just presented exhibits.
Yeah, I mean, I find exhibits 14, 15, and what should be noted as 16 to be relevant, and of course we would bear in mind the relative merits of all of these in the context of the entire case.
Thank you.
So, without objection, so admitted.
Also, sir, if you could turn to the lessons learned that was attached to Mr. Balakumar's sir rebuttal testimony as NBSR 7. And I'm looking at the third bullet point there on that document. Does it indicate that the Powen battery, they went bankrupt and that it was hard and the market was hard to get backup equipment for that, sir?
Yes, it does.
And this was all happening at the time Pepco was building the White Flint substation.
That is correct.
Okay. Let me ask you, sir, is Pepco against battery storage?
Not at all.
So why is this relevant to Mr. Balakumar's sir rebuttal testimony?
I believe it's relevant because this particular battery technology at the time was immature, as can be seen by the many failures that the battery technology had. Since then, the industry, the market has matured a lot, and a lot of fire codes and safety precautions have been put into place that makes newer battery systems more reliable.
All right, sir. Could you turn to page 38 of Mr. Balakumar's testimony?
Is this still Sir Rebuttal?
Yeah, I can only ask questions on Sir Rebuttal, counsel. Page 38 of the Sir Rebuttal testimony, sir. There, Mr. Balakumar has presented a White Flint substation timeline. Are you familiar with that testimony, sir?
Yes, I am.
Do you agree or disagree with the timeline presented by Mr. Balakumar where he suggests there were two distinct windows when Pepco should have done an NWA analysis?
I do believe that we did an alternative analysis, and at any point in the window, our decision still remains the same. The forecasted overload was increasing, and the additional forecast done by Quanta confirmed and ascertained that there was a need for the company to take action.
Excuse me, are you using NWA and NWS as interchangeable terms in this?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, and Mr. Balakumar in his Sir Rebuttal testimony has NWA, NWS. NWS, I think, is non-wires battery.
Solution.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make sure they were the same thing.
That's my understanding, Your Honor. Could you, sir, turn to page 45 of Mr. Balakumar's Sir Rebuttal testimony? And I'm focusing there on the heading starting on line 5 through line 10.
I see it.
Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar's assertion that Pepco refused to respond to MEA data requests?
I disagree.
And why do you disagree, sir?
I disagree because we did not get any data request from Mr. Balakumar indicating that we had been unresponsive or did not provide information that they had requested. Neither did we get any request to the commission or from the commission to compel us to provide information to MEA.
And indeed, if you know, sir, did Pepco provide MEA answers to all of those data requests?
Yes, we did.
Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar at page 46, line 19 of his Sir Rebuttal testimony, that Pepco had a deficient process when deciding to build the White Flint substation?
I disagree.
Why do you disagree, sir?
I disagree because we followed our standing capacity planning process of evaluating the forecast for a particular area. We went further in this instance to engage a third-party vendor that did a similar forecast and confirmed directionally that our forecast and theirs were aligned. We then performed a non-wires alternative of possible solutions and identified the best solution before proceeding with implementing the White Flint substation build.
Sir, could you turn to page 56, line 26, page 57, line 1 of Mr. Balakumar's Sir Rebuttal testimony? Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar's assertion that his proposed adjustment was based on, quote, contemporary NWS process and solutions?
No, I disagree.
Why?
This solution methodology was not contemporary back in 2017, 2019. Like I alluded to earlier, this was a special situation in New York where this non-wires alternative solution would work based on the nature of the load. The nature of the forecasted increase in overload at White Flint did not lend itself to be resolved by this solution option.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to give him a portion of Order 89868, and I will tie it to the Sir Rebuttal testimony, Your Honor. Mr. Allo, could you turn to page 54, line 23, going over to page 55, lines 1 and through 3 of Mr. Balakumar's rebuttal testimony.
Yep.
There he cites the Commission's Order 89868 in Pepco case number 9655, claiming the Commission explicitly flagged the lack of confidence in Pepco's consideration of alternatives and directed Pepco to thoroughly justify its decision before proceeding. Do you agree or disagree with Mr. Balakumar's assertion?
I disagree.
Could you look at paragraph 227 of that order?
I'm there.
And does that indicate that because the Commission is not confident, it's not going to pre-approve recovery for the White Flint substation?
What paragraph?
227, Your Honor.
Yes, it does.
And then going over to paragraph 228, does it indicate that the Commission is not opining on the sufficiency of Pepco's distribution planning processes as it relates to the consideration of alternative solutions or cost-benefit analyses?
Yes, it does.
Does paragraph 228 specifically say, or does paragraph 228 require Pepco to conduct a cost-benefit analysis?
No, it doesn't.
And why didn't Pepco conduct a cost-benefit analysis, a full-blown cost-benefit analysis in this case?
We didn't because the solution was deemed infeasible and would not address the problem statement.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little concerned that anybody who doesn't have the order language in front of them, and I actually happen to have the order language in front of them, would hear what, you're sort of picking pieces of the order and suggesting a result that is different from the one that this commission wrote. And I can just read you one of the lines is which you've conveniently excluded with regard to these projects. The Commission's concerns justify placing the risk of non-recovery on the company. We actually specifically responded to Pepco's request to pre-approve it by saying that we weren't going to do it because, and I'm going to read again from the order, the parties raised significant concerns regarding Pepco's planning and decision-making process. So if you are going to cite to our order, you need to be accurate in what you're doing. And the suggestion by just picking pieces of it is an order that is not consistent with what we were saying. We were saying that we were concerned about what had been raised, and we were not going to allow for cost recovery. And in fact, we said that the risk is on the company if you wanted to go forward.
100%, Your
right,
Honor.
but that's
and I have another question that was getting right to that.
Okay, but just be, but
let him
that's
get-
fine. But just be careful when you pick and choose from our order.
Right, and Mr. Balakumar picked and chose from your order, and that's the line of this rebuttal.
Yeah, but that's in his testimony. You're now presenting, and you're presenting before us.
Okay. Does the commission indicate at paragraph 229 that the company will be required to thoroughly justify its decision if it elects to proceed with this project?
Yes, it does.
And has Pepco, in your opinion, done that?
Yes, it has.
That concludes my live rejoinder on Mr. Balakumar's rebuttal testimony. Can I grab that back?
As a matter of fact, I think now would be a good time for a 15-minute break. So we'll be back at 10 minutes to 4. Now, before we start with Cross, let me just say that, I don't want to go past 6 o'clock. And I offered to have you do this witness tomorrow morning, but if we stop, I feel confident that we will be able to remember where we are and what we're doing.
Your Honor, I still have live rejoinder to do on Mr. Fitzhenry.
Well, okay, but I mean,
Okay.
let's.
Your Honor, just a brief preliminary matter, because I don't want to forget. A little while ago, my office filed the updated or revised testimony of Bruce Oliver, separating the public and confidential for data request 13-15, and copies were sent to all parties. So that was filed with the commission about an hour ago.
To get back to your, thank you very much. Get back to your comment with respect to witness. Who are you talking about?
Fitzhenry.
Fitzhenry. I mean, obviously we're going to try and get to as many people as we can in the time allotted. But all right. So
I have live rejoinder on his rebuttal testimony.
Oh, for him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I didn't understand what you were saying.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Mr. Allo, have you had an opportunity to review the rebuttal testimony of OPC witness Fitzhenry?
Yes, I have.
And sir, could you turn to page 12 of that testimony where he raises the issue of the Quanta study for the first time on page 12?
Yep. I'm there.
Say it again. Which? Fitzhenry, was this a?
OPC witness Fitzhenry.
Right.
Page 12 of his rebuttal testimony, where he starts discussing the timeline and the Quanta technology study.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Let me hand you, this is your schedule TOA 5, which is now public. It's in the record already, but this is the Quanta study that Mr. Fitzhenry is critiquing for the first time in his rebuttal testimony. Could you, sir, look at page 13, lines 4 through 6 of Mr. Fitzhenry's rebuttal testimony?
Yep.
Do you agree with Mr. Fitzhenry's conclusion that the Quanta study appears to rely on unrealistic or overly speculative assumptions about the extent and likelihood of certain development?
No, I disagree.
And sir, could you look at the Quanta study, which was attached and is in the record now and public, TOA 5? Could you turn to page 11 of that study, sir?
I'm there.
And I'm focusing on section 3.4.2, viability vetting. What did Quanta do to vet potential new businesses, sir?
Yeah, so what is laid out here is what Quanta's process included, and they indicated 5 steps. The first, they evaluated permits, ensured that permits must have been granted or seem likely for the development load request that was received and was used in the forecast. They ensured that all hurdles with all jurisdictions for which approval is required must have been passed or appear imminent. They ensured that a service request was received and processed by Pepco, or ongoing discussions were leading to one taking place. They ensured that land was purchased or owned. And last but not least, the developer representative provided written proof of their commitments to carry through their projects. This is basically a summary of the vetting that they did for the loads that formed the basis of the forecasted overload in Parklawn. And just to kind of emphasize, that indicated to us that those loads were not speculative, but actual developments that were coming and interested in building in the White Flint area.
Okay, sir, could you turn to page 21, section 3.5.2 of the Quanta study? Did Quanta do a verification check on customer growth as part of that study?
Yes, they did.
And could you turn to Appendix A of that study?
I'm there.
Does Appendix A indicate some of the projects that they did the check on?
Yes, it does.
Okay. At page 14, I think I'm done with that, Your Honor, or done with the attachment A. Could you turn to page 14 of Mr. Fitzhenry's rebuttal testimony?
I'm there.
And there he claims that because the load has not materialized and the data showing Pepco's forecasting overstated load growth confirms that the Quanta study was fundamentally flawed and should be rejected. Do you agree?
No, I disagree.
Why?
Because that's not how forecast works. The way forecast works is to basically acquire the requested load data and aggregate that, and then that's what's used in the load table to determine the forecasted overload. No one at the time can predict what's going to happen in the future, but we have to make investment decision based on the best information available at the time. And to the point that was indicated with the load table in our forecast and Quanta study, the information we had was actionable, and that's what led to us making a decision to address the forecasted overload at the Parklawn substation.
And could you turn to page 15 of the Quanta study, which is attached as TOA 5 to your rebuttal testimony? And I'm looking at section 3.4.8, no chance of developing. Did the Quanta study account for the fact that some real estate projects may not materialize?
Yes, it did.
Now, Mr. Allo, are you aware that the White Flint area is still growing?
Yes, I am.
I need to get 2 exhibits marked, Your Honor. Exhibits, they will be Pepco Exhibit 17 and Pepco Exhibit 18. Yeah, 17, Jake? Is that one there? Yeah. And 18? Here we go. 17. 18. And then could you give this to our friends at MEA? $17 and 18. Sir, I've handed you what's been marked, what I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 17. It is a Washington metropolitan area.
Actually, I haven't actually asked for me to note it as 17, so noted, so marked.
Okay. Mr. Allo, are you familiar with the Washington metropolitan area Transit Authority press release that was issued on May 27th, 2020? 2025 that says Metro selects developer for life sciences anchored mixed-use development in North Bethesda?
Yes, I am.
And is that a statement there that Metro in the White Flint area is going to develop a 13.9 acre property?
Yes, it is.
And could you look on page 2 at the bottom there, starting with together? Could you, was Governor Moore there?
Yes, it was.
And did he indicate we are transforming North Bethesda into a hub for innovation, opportunity, and growth? Our administration is confident that this redevelopment project will ensure the Red Line won't just help commuters get to North Bethesda where they want to go, but it will bring people from all over the region and the community?
Yes, it does.
And if you can, sir, turn to the 4th page. It's the map there.
I see it.
Does that indicate that there are going to be 3 life sciences buildings, a multifamily building, and 2 residential towers built there?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 17.
Without objection, so admitted.
I've also handed you what I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 18.
So marked.
It's the University of Maryland Institute for Health Computing. Are you familiar with this press release on May 28, 2025, sir?
Yes, I am.
And does that indicate that the University of Maryland Institute for Health Computing is going to be the anchor of that development, sir?
Yes, it does.
I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 18, Your Honor.
Without objection, so admitted.
Do you have an opinion on whether or not these documents demonstrate the concept of the quanta study that new load or different load would materialize in this area?
Yes, it demonstrates the ongoing development in the White Flint area, basically confirming Quanta's position that there is no chance that this area is not going to be developed.
And the governor announced that North Bethesda, that area, is going to be a hub for this kind of development for health computing.
Correct. Yes, it is.
With that, Your Honor, I would want to take that testimony back and tender Mr. Allo for his cross-examination. Thank you for your indulgence. I'm sorry it was so long.
Not at all. We will go first then to AOPA.
Book. Okay. Okay, sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Allo.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking at part 1 of your testimony. I first like to focus on the bottom of page 3, part 1. Please tell me when you have that. I'm on direct. Page 3. Page 3, part 1, direct testimony.
I see it.
You begin a listing of April 2024 to December 2024 plant additions by ITN.
Correct.
The first 2 ITNs listed are 74120 and 74121, which are the 2 largest White Flint-related projects. Is that correct?
Listed on this page, they are the 2 largest White Flint projects, correct.
Okay. Now, the dollar amounts you list on page 3 of Part 1 of your direct testimony appear to tie directly to the original dollar amounts shown in witness Lemming's direct testimony, Schedule RTL-3, page 1 of 3. Would you please tell me what was the source of the dollar amounts that you report for ITNs 74120 and 74121?
I can't speak to the content of Witness Lemon's schedule, but I can speak to the source of the content here. And this is based on the planned expenditure, capital expenditure spent for this year. This is basically based on the estimate for the project that is used in Phase 3 authorization to execute a project.
Now, I am looking now at Witness Lemming's RTL-3 that we all discussed yesterday. And in that schedule, under witness for ITN 74120 and 74121, your name appears. So my question is did you provide these numbers to Witness Lemming, or did Witness Lemming provide these numbers to you? And I'm talking about the first two numbers on your page 3 in your table 1.
Yeah, I can answer the source of the numbers reflected in my schedule, and it's probably gotten from the same source. But the source of these numbers is the project authorization and the estimate that was built by the project manager and used to secure approval for this particular project.
Okay, but the two numbers that you cite there are the same as Witness Lemming's numbers, which he corrected yesterday. Are you aware of that?
I am aware that there were some discussions yesterday about corrections between his direct testimony and his rebuttal. Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, but you did not, when I heard you make corrections earlier this afternoon, you did not correct, let's start off with, let's look at the account 74120, the amount you have for actual plant additions exceeding $1 million for April 2024 through December 2024 is $68,974,000. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, originally, Witness Lemming had that same number, which he corrected yesterday.
Okay.
And his new amount was $113,850,000. And he explained where the correction came from. So are you sticking with your $68,974,000 number for the actual plant additions from April 2024 through December 2024? Or, I'm sorry?
April to December.
No, I meant from April. I'm just focused right now on page 3 of his testimony. From April 2024 through December 2024. Your Honor, I'm looking at 74120.
I understand. I was looking at the wrong spot.
Okay. So are you sticking with your original number, which is different from Mr. Lemming's, or do you believe that number needs correction?
I believe it does need correction. I would align that because I was part of the discussion yesterday, and I would align that the accurate number was the number offered by Mr. Lemon yesterday or today.
So the number correctly, am I correct? So I just want the record to be correct, is now $113,850,000 for ITN 74120.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's look at the number underneath that, which is 74121, White Flint Subconstruct New Supply. And that number originally that you had on page 3 was $24,229,000,000. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and yesterday Witness Lemming corrected that number to be $45,136,000. Do you remember Mr. Lemming saying that?
Subject to check, yes.
Do you want to now
I can't hear you.
Phone died.
Did this? Is it? Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Sorry
You're
about
back.
that.
Okay.
I've never been good with these mics. Do you now want to change that, or correct that, or revise that to $45,136,000?
Yes, I do. I want to align with witness Lemon's numbers.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, in Witness Lemming's rebuttal testimony, Part 2, he explained the dollar amounts for the ITN 74121 and 74120 had been corrected, and he explained the reasons that he believed it was necessary to correct those numbers. But prior to today, did you correct or update the April 2024 to December 2024 plant additions for ITN 74120 and 74121 that are presented on page 3, that were originally presented on page 3 of your direct testimony, Part 1?
No.
Okay. At page 5 of your direct testimony, Part 1, you complete your listing of April through December 2024 plant additions, and you start a listing of 2025 projected plant additions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the second IT The second IT listed under 2025 projected plant additions is ITN 74121. Am I correct that dollar amount shown for projected 2025 plant additions for ITN 74121 is $27,460,000?
No, similar story as the one on the prior page. I'm aligning with the numbers witness Lemon provided.
So that $27,460,000 for 74120 121, excuse me, is not $27,460,000?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you accept, subject to check, that summing the April through December 2024 plant additions for ITN 74121 with the projected plant additions for ITN 74121, we find total plant additions over the 1 year and 9-month period from April 2024 to December 2025 of $72,689,000.
Subject to check.
I'm sorry, Mr. Allo, when you speak, could you kind of either face me or talk louder because I can't hear you?
Subject to check.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like you to turn to your schedule, TOA-1, page 14 of 88. And tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Now, am I correct that schedule TOA, page 14 of 88, shows 2024 actual costs for ITN 74121 of $9,356,000 and budgeted cost for ITN 74121 of $13,116,000.
Yes.
Do I understand correctly that the total actual and budgeted cost for ITN 74121, as shown in Schedule TOA-1, page 14 of 88, is $22,472,000?
Subject to check.
Is there anywhere in your filed testimonies in this proceeding that you account for the difference between the $22,472,000 total with the $72,596,000 total plant additions for April 2024 through December 2025 period that we computed from the dollar amounts presented on page 3 of your Part 1 direct testimony?
So the estimate reflected here on page 14 of 88 is capital expenditures. So it's the planned expenditures or investment that will be made in those years. The other table that you referenced that totals 72 million is really based on plant and service. And so as you're executing the project, you have a schedule of how you expect to spend the money. You expend the money, but you really can't put the plant in service until the asset is used and useful. And then when it's put in service, then those dollars that are reflected in the years in the prior slide, those are the years that that particular asset is used and useful, and we can recover them.
Okay. Now, if I look in the left-hand column, and I'm looking at TOA-1, page 14 of 88, and I look down the left-hand column of the numbers, the columns in gray, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What does it say in the sixth column in the gray all the way on the left?
Estimated in-service date.
Yes, it says estimated in-service date. Now, is the estimated in-service date, is that different from the plant additions?
Yes, it is.
Could you please explain how so?
Estimated in-service date is tied to the capital expenditure. So that's the estimated year and the estimated spend for that particular year. The plant and service is basically when the asset is meant to be used and useful, and based on the expenditures that are associated with that particular asset, it's then booked in that particular year.
Now, are you implying that the rate-based additions in excess of the amount shown on page 14 of 88 of TOA-1 represent capital expenditures prior to 2024?
Yes.
What represents the difference between the $22,472,000 on page 14 of 88 and the now $72,596,000 of plant additions for the period between April 2024 and December 2025?
I don't have the detailed breakdown of those numbers, but I can explain the concept. So if you think of...
But before you go on,
okay.
Is it documented any place in your testimony what represents that difference?
Yeah, it's represented in the records what constitute that the plant and service, and I think witness Colonel Nelson would be speaking to the exact plant and service that are within the the test year that we're filing for.
Okay.
And he'll provide those details.
So witness Nelson can provide what represents the difference between the $22,472,000 on page 14 of 88 of TOA 1 and the $72,596,000 of plant additions for April 2024 through December of 25.
No, he can provide the details of what constitutes the 72 million. He's not going to provide the details on the difference. It's two different numbers. It's the same total, but the breakdown of those numbers differ based on the use of the numbers. This particular use is investment outlook of how we plan to expend or invest resources to bring the substation online, whereas the other perspective is about when that asset is deemed used and useful and we can recover on them.
But where do you document in the record the dollars of capital expenditures from prior years in excess of the amounts on page 14 of 88 in your TOA-1 that you represent are capital additions in 2024 and 2025?
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered at least twice. This is the third time.
Well, I've kind of heard some different things, Your Honor, so I'm really trying to get clarity on that.
I agree, overruled.
Do you need me to repeat that?
Yes, please. And can you clarify what you've heard?
I'm going to repeat the question again, okay? Okay. One second. Where do you document in the record of this case the dollar amounts of capital expenditures from prior years in excess of the amounts that you show on page 14 of 88 in TOA-1 that you represent are the capital additions in 2024 actual and 2025 budget?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. Did you document any place in your testimony, or did any other witness document in their testimony the dollars of capital expenditures from past years, from prior years, in excess of the amounts that you show on page 14 of 88 in TOA-1, and those dollars total $22,472,000 that you represent are capital additions in 2024 and 2025?
I can only speak to what is in my testimony, and nowhere in my testimony does it differentiate the cost shown here in this fashion to the plant and service, the way it's reflected in witness Lemon's testimony.
Let me just try it this way. If we go back to page 3 of your testimony, and I'm looking at 74121, and this is the White Flint sub-construct new supply, and I was looking for the spend for April 2024 through December 2024, and you corrected the previous. Shall I wait till you get there?
No. I'm
And you corrected the previous number, so the new number is $45,136,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, now, if we look on the next page of your exhibit, no, excuse me, if we look on page 5 of your exhibit, and again, we focus on account number 74121, and that's what I'm focused on, and we see the projected plant additions in 2025 for 74121, we have the numbers $27,460,000. You see that?
Yep.
Okay, and a short time ago, you accepted, subject to check, that capital spend accounted for $72,596,000 from April 2024 through the end of 2025. Do we agree?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Now, if we subtract from that number, taking a look now at TOA-1, page 14 of 88, if we look at the 2024 actual, we see $9,356,000, correct?
Correct.
And we look at 2025 budget, and we see $13,116,000, correct?
Correct.
And we add those together, and we get $22,472,000, which, even though it says estimated in-service date, you said this is capital spend, correct?
Capital expenditure plan, yes.
Okay. So if we deduct the capital expenditures of $22.4 million from the almost $6 million that we took from your schedules, from your beginning part of your testimony, we get approximately $50 million. Where is there any documentation of what that $50 million is? Where is it supported in the record of this case? Where does that come from? Are they prior? Is that prior money spent? What is that? Where do I find that?
So it's two different ways of looking at the numbers. The numbers reflected in TOA 1, 14 of 88 is the plan for that is going to be spent, the investment plan for that particular year. So in 2024, the construction activities related to this particular ITN would spend $9.3 million in 2024. Now, in 2024, there are certain assets that have been invested in over the prior years leading up to 2024. So, for example, if you purchase a transformer and you purchase the transformer in 2023, 2022, hypothetically, the expense for that transformer could be in 2023. So if you look at the TOA schedule for 2023, you could see $10 million for that particular transformer. That number is not going to show up in 2023 in the plant and service. When the transformer is energized in 2024, you would then total all the dollars that was spent to bring that transformer online. And so the number you're going to see in 2024 will always vary from what you see in this particular spreadsheet in 2024, because it's a total of all the expenses up to that point to bring the asset online.
Okay, so what we see for 2024 is a compilation
Correct.
of a whole bunch of money that was spent before that.
That is correct.
Okay, and I think, from what I understand, that's what Commissioner Suchman was asking you or witness Lemming to produce in a schedule. Do I have that right?
Correct. Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Now, let's look at page 43 of your direct testimony, part 1. Tell me when you're there. Okay. 43.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, at page 43, I'm looking at line 17. You reference the White Flint Project family, correct?
That is correct.
Am I correct that in addition to ITN 74120 and 74121, which we have just discussed, your Part 1 direct testimony at page 43 indicates that the White Flint project family includes ITN 74118 and 72002, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, am I correct that in the listings of plant additions by ITN shown on pages 3 through 8 of your direct testimony, Part 1, include no dollar amounts for ITN 74118 in the April through December 2024 period, but $15,817,000 of plant additions for ITN 74118 in 2025. Is that correct?
Can you point me to where the 15 million in 74118 you're referring to?
Yes, let's look at pages 3 through 8 of your testimony. I found it on page 5 under the heading 2025 projected plant additions, and it's the 1, 2, 3, fourth one down.
I see it.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, okay. So we verified that $15,817,000, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that the listing of plant additions by ITN shown on pages 3 through 8 of your direct testimony, Part 1, include no plant additions for ITN 72002 for any of the time periods shown, April through December 2024, calendar year 2025, and calendar year 2026.
So, are we still sticking to the test year window, which is from...
I am looking on, a question is, I'm looking on your schedules, your pages 3 through 8 of your direct testimony. And what I'm asking you,
Yep.
Would you agree that there are no plant additions for ITN 72002 for any of the time periods shown on pages 3 through 8, which are the time periods April through December 2024, calendar year 2025, and calendar year 2026?
I'm saying that it doesn't... The list here shows expenses above $1 million. And so what it's indicated is that we didn't have any plant and service above $1 million for that particular ITN. Correct.
And that ITN number is not shown on pages 3 through 8, correct?
If there is no dollars up to $1 million, it's not going to be shown on tables 3 to 8.
Now, I would ask to take you back again to your schedule TOA-1, and I ask you to review the dollar amounts for ITN 74118 on page 12 of 88. Tell me when you're there.
Page 12 of 88, okay.
Okay.
Yep, I'm there.
Now, Schedule TOA-1, page 12 of 88, reflects 2024 actual plant costs for ITN 74118 of $1,123,000 and budgeted cost for 2025 of $2,295,000. Did I read those numbers correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Would you accept that those numbers total of the dollar amount shown for 2024 and 2025 combined are just $3,418,000.
Subject to check.
Okay. Would you please identify where within your file testimony and schedules, in this case, you have accounted for the difference between the dollar amounts presented for ITN 74118 in Schedule TOA-1, page 12 of 88, and the $15,817,000 figure for 2025 projected plant additions for ITN 74118 that is shown on page 5 of your Part 1 direct testimony.
Same explanation as before.
Your direct testimony, Part 1 at page 5, reflects $45,011,000 of projected plant additions for ITN 72022. Would you agree that the $45,011,000 figure is the largest dollar amount shown for 2025 projected plant additions for any listed ITN?
Yes, I'd agree.
Can you explain why your schedule TOA-1 does not separately identify any actual or budgeted 2025 expenditures for ITN 72002?
Can you repeat that, please?
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you explain why your schedule TOA-1 does not separately identify any actual 2024 or budgeted 2025 expenditures for ITN 72002?
If it's not reflected in this schedule, it means we didn't have any capital expenditures in those years in 2024 and 2025. But I'm trying to make sure that I don't have a entry for that in this schedule. And the reason why it would show up in the other spreadsheet is because it was capitalized, as a capitalization done based on the fact that that particular ITN had assets that was used and useful in that particular year.
Okay.
But I want to first confirm that that sheet doesn't exist here. I don't see it here, but my response still stands.
I'm sorry.
I don't see it here, but I don't see the table or the summary sheet for project 72002 in my schedule TOA, but my response still stands. That the reason why it wouldn't be here is because we don't have capital expenditures planned for 2024 and 2025, but we did put assets in service and that's what's reflected from page 3 to 8.
Is there any discussion or analysis in your in your file testimony and schedules in this case that explains why you don't provide a problem solution justification for ITN 72002 in TOA-1?
So the project bundle, the PCC deck for the project has the problem statement, solution statement, and justification. It's also included in the body of my presentation. In my testimony. Give me a second, and I'll locate that. I do not see it in there. So there's 3 feeders, 69 kV feeders from Sligo to Linden.
Answering me, I can't hear him. Mr. Allo, if you're answering me, I can't.
No, sorry. I was reading the title of the ITN. It's installing 3 69 kV feeders from Sligo to Linden, 72002. I don't see a. You're right. I don't see a breakdown with the benefit justification for that particular project in my testimony.
But it's not in your But it's not in your testimony, correct?
Correct. I don't see it in my testimony right now.
Okay, I think just a final couple of questions. You have projected expenditures in TOA-1, correct?
That is correct. We had budget. We had actuals for some time frame, and we have some budgets. Yes.
Okay.
Which we have withdrawn.
You have actuals for 2024, and then you have projected expenditures in TOA-1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you have projected plant additions in your testimony on page 5.
That is correct.
For the same ITNs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, there are obviously dollars that you incurred in prior periods that you're including in the plant additions that we're looking at on your pages 5 through 8.
Yes, 3 to 8.
Is there any way we know, how do we know from what's been presented to date in this case, what those dollar amounts are for, what those dollar amounts are, and for what purposes?
I believe Commissioner Sushman requested the bench order to provide that information. That's going to provide the details you require.
Okay. But as of right now, that information is not in the record, correct?
It's not in my testimony, but witness Nelson will have it in his testimony.
So witness Nelson will be able to answer those exact questions?
No, he'll be able to speak to what we're requesting recovery of in his testimony.
I understand what you're requesting recovery of.
Okay.
But what I'm looking for is, how do we know what the dollars incurred in prior periods, what they include, and for what purposes those costs were incurred? How do we know that today from what is in the record of this case? Or is it not that we can't find that out right now?
We can. So in my testimony is presentation that shows the project bundle, and it indicates the different project ITNs that constitute the bundle. That speaks to the justification for the project. And what I'm referring to, Witness Nelson would provide is the plant in service dollars, and that would tell you what has been put into service as a result of the investment decision made.
But I don't want to keep going over this, but I think you're avoiding my question. I'm looking for the dollars that you incurred in prior periods that you're now including in your plant additions as your 2024 actuals. How do we know what those dollars were and what they were spent for and what purpose?
That's going to be in the PCC deck that is included in my testimony.
I'm sorry?
That's going to be included in the authorization deck that is included in my testimony.
The author, what is she saying? The author?
Authorization deck.
Authorization deck, the PCC decks that are in TOA 2 confidential.
TOA 2 confidential.
Yeah.
Your Honor, then I guess I need to take a look at that. 1 second.
It's also in my rebuttal, I think TOA 5, I believe it's.
Okay.
Mr. Allard, what was the exhibit number for the Project Concurrence Committee?
So it's in my rebuttal schedule TOA R5.
R5.
And that's confidential also, but this is what it looks like.
Okay, yeah.
It's the last scheduled to his rebuttal testimony.
Actually, if it's in the rebuttal. This one might be the public. No, it's here. Yeah. Yeah, I know. 3, 4. Here it is. That's it. It's TOA 5 is not mine as such, but. Yep, that's it.
Mr. Allo, is it your response that the answer to my question, where is backup that shows the exact dollars spent and the costs incurred in prior periods that you're including in the plant additions that you show on your pages 3 through 8, and that we will know what dollars those were and for what purposes they were spent is included in your confidential attachment by the Project Concurrence Committee? Because I'm looking and I don't see it.
No, so the Project Concurrence Committee deck provides a high-level overview of the White Flint Substation Project Group that answers your questions about the justification and benefits of the different ITNs that is executed to energize the White Flint substation.
I'm not looking for high level.
Okay.
I am looking for the dollars and tracing those dollars that were incurred in prior periods that you are now including in the plant additions that you've discussed. I don't see them in this case. So they're not in this Project Concurrence Committee, this confidential attachment. Do we agree that they have not been presented so far to date in your testimony?
Yes, we can agree to that.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, we will go to MEA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do note that given the unexpected and beyond the scope of normal rejoinder under this Commission's rules, we will exceed the 1 hour original or 45-minute original time frame that we requested. In addition, to respond to those, we will be asking questions. We have links, but we don't have live, hard copies of the paper that we would want. So we request the Commission's consideration of recessing for today and continuing with MEA's cross tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it was suggested maybe we should. I'll go to OPC and then we'll see. We'll see where we are with respect to time.
Okay, thank you. So you want me to hold until?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, almost good evening, Mr. Allo. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
Good. I'm going to try to be quick, so at the risk of having your counsel
good luck with
object,
that.
But I think earlier Mr. Mike handed you a copy of or an excerpt from Order 89868 in case number 9655.
Yep.
And I just want to ask you some questions about that in relation to Pepco's decision to proceed with the White Flint construction project.
Okay.
I think it is. Is it? I guess I just have to get it really close. All right. That might keep happening, but I'm sure you'll keep reminding me. Just a level set, White Flint was proposed by Pepco as a response to a forecasted capacity constraint at the White Flint or Park Lawn, the White Flint / Park Lawn area.
That is correct.
And I believe that this project actually, the timeline of it stretches all the way back to like 2011, like the initial idea for the possibility that that a substation would need to be built.
Yep.
And then closer to the time that Pepco filed its first MRP, the company had moved further along in its planning and study phase of the project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As part of that study project, prior to the filing of the company's multi-year rate plan, did the company perform a load forecast as part of that study process for the White Flint substation?
Can you give me a year that you're referring to?
Sometime between 2011 and 2020.
Yes, we do annual load forecasts every year, and basically have that forecast in my record.
Okay. And at some point during that process, the company decided or started to move forward with the idea to build a substation at White Flint in order to alleviate that capacity constraint at the Park Lawn substation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
As part of the process, in addition to the load forecast, did the company consider non-wires alternatives or any other alternatives to the construction of the White Flint substation prior to the inclusion of that project in its first multi-year rate plan?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then in order number 8968, the commission did not permit the company to put forecasted costs of the White Flint substation project into the multi-year rate plan rates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in doing so, the commission stated that one of the reasons that it was not going to allow that was that it was not sufficiently confident in Pepco's load forecasting, consideration of alternatives, and cost-benefit considerations to allow recovery of those costs during the MRP. Is that correct? It's paragraph 227 of the order.
That sounds correct.
Okay. And then the commission went on to say in paragraph 229 that the commission was not pre-approving future recovery of White Flint construction costs during the MRP, and that if Pepco chose to proceed, they would have to thoroughly justify that decision in a prudency review. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And after the commission issued that order, Pepco postponed further construction of White Flint for about 2 years.
That is correct.
And then at some point, Pepco later resumed construction.
Pepco commissioned a third-party vendor, Quanta, to perform a load forecast of the White Flint area, and they performed that forecast analysis and confirmed that the overloads that were forecasted were still persistent. Correct.
Okay, and actually that's a great segue into my next line of questioning. I wanted to ask you about the Quanta study.
Yeah.
The Quanta study itself is titled A Load Forecast for the White Flint Study Area of Montgomery County.
That is correct.
And Quanta's assignment was to forecast future electric load in the White Flint study area. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then the study says that it was done partly to help plan the timing of a substation upgrade needed at some point. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. And in conducting the study, Quanta produced a multi-scenario forecast. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they used 9 scenarios as part of that forecast?
That is correct. They came up with 9 scenarios, but with changing 2 different variables. Correct.
Right, and there were like some low load growth projections, some medium load growth projections, and then some high load growth projections, and other scenarios ranging from a very aggressive amount of load coming online very quickly versus some scenarios where less load was projected to materialize. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But Quanta did not identify any of those 9 scenarios as the most likely outcome. Is that correct?
So they evaluated 9 scenarios to determine what the forecast was going to be, and in 7 of the 9 scenarios, they forecasted an overload there would be a forecasted overload in 2027.
That's right. But they did not assign probabilities to the outcome of those scenarios. They didn't say that one was more likely than another.
No, they did not.
Okay. Would you agree that a load forecast helps identify the projected load or capacity issue to be solved?
Forecast looks at the idea of a forecast is to anticipate what the load is going to be at the highest stress point on a particular system, and basically provide guidance to a capacity planning engineer to address that solution.
Okay. But the load forecast by itself does not select the best solution to that issue. Would you agree with that?
An alternative analysis does that.
Okay. And the Quanta report was not an alternatives analysis.
It wasn't meant to be an alternative analysis.
Okay.
It was a load study.
And then your rebuttal testimony says that Pepco did consider alternatives to White Flint,
That is correct.
similar to how you considered alternatives prior to the filing of the first year multi-year rate.
That is correct.
And the alternatives that Pepco considered after order number 89868 was issued included energy storage, demand response, targeted energy management tools, DER-based non-wire solutions, rebuilding or expanding park lawn, or taking no action.
That is correct.
But Pepco did not select any of those alternatives instead of White Flint. Is that correct?
Pepco deemed those alternatives infeasible at solving the overload projection in White Flint, correct?
Okay,
In Parkland, sorry.
and so Pepco did not undertake an RFP or a competitive solicitation for any third-party or non-wires alternatives.
That is the procurement process for feasible solution, and since the solution was deemed infeasible, Pepco did not.
Move forward. Okay. And I think you've answered all my questions, actually. So, thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
All right, MEA, why don't we do this? Why don't you ask as many questions as you can and get a hold of those documents that have been recently provided by Pepco. I believe that's what your problem was. And, let's see where we are. I mean, I suspect we'll have to, adjourn for the day to give you time. I can't have you testify after staff. So just go ahead and do as much as you can right now.
Thank you very much.
I'll try to talk fast.
How are you doing today, Mr. Allo? I'm Bavita Modi. I represent MEA.
Nice to meet you.
I'm going to first ask you some questions related to the White Flint project.
Okay.
And let's begin with your rebuttal testimony. I'll first direct you to page 14, lines 17 to 20 of your rebuttal testimony.
Page 14.
Yeah, see that bill passed on July of 23 and their report was May of 23.
Yep.
There you state that Pepco first identified the need for a new substation in the White Flint, North Bethesda area in 2011, correct?
That is correct.
And then turning to page 22, lines 8 to 14. You referenced that Pepco's forecast for 2011 to 2023 showed repeated overloads, correct?
What page and what line number is that?
Page 22,
Okay.
lines 8 to 14.
8 to 14. Yep. Yep, I'm there.
You agree?
Yes.
Did the 2011 to 2023 forecasts include any hourly constraint analysis to determine how long and often the overloads would persist?
No, the hourly constraint analysis, I believe, is analysis methodology that witness Balakumar prefers, but it's not one used to plan capacity on the system. When we're planning and leveraging the forecast, we're looking at peak overloads and trying to address those overloads in determining what the solution is. We've since looked at what that looks like and still determined that the solution of the White Flint substation build was the appropriate solution at addressing the overload at the White Flint, at the Parkland substation, sorry.
So, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to approach the witness and the Executive Secretary to provide a copy of a data response, which Mr. Allo sponsored, and an excerpt of an attachment to that response.
Granted.
Thank you.
This is marked confidential.
Yeah, there's a portion that's, and I'll get to that. So, don't have that. Well, I can give you mine. I can make copies. Not, so the,
It's, no.
yeah, no. So we're providing Pepco's March 31, 2026 updated response to OPC. No, we're gonna make a couple more copies. Yeah. With apologies, Your Honor. Do you want me to wait until? I will wait until.
Right, we'll share.
Okay.
I'll share with her. So.
And I have one more.
It's much shareable.
Oh, so I don't get anything here? Okay.
Yeah, that's warmer over there.
Got another copy here.
Will this be in the Yeah, if they let me. So. May I proceed? Okay. So we're providing Pepco's March 31, 2026 updated response to OPC data request 26-15 and an excerpt of a confidential attachment to Part C of that response that is labeled as OPC DR 26-15C confidential attachment. I am not going to try to get into the confidential portions, but let's see how we go. The data response itself is not marked confidential. So, Mr. Allo, do you recall sponsoring this March 31, 2026 updated response to OPC data request 26-15?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chair, I would like to mark for identification this exhibit as MEA-1.
So marked.
Thank you. Mr. Allo, do you agree that Part A of this data request asked for each forecast included in Schedule TOA-R-1?
Say that again, please.
Part A of that data request asked you for the forecast included in Schedule TOA-R-1?
Yes, in live Excel form, correct.
And your response was to reference an attachment, correct?
Correct.
And then in Part B, do you agree that the question asks you to confirm whether, in quote, after recommendations, end quote, reflects forecasted load after the completion of certain capital investments identified and planned by Pepco, including the projects intended to address claimed overloads at the Park Lawn substation? Do you see that?
I guess the claimed overloads threw me off.
Part B, do you see Part B of that question?
That says confirm whether after recommendations reflect forecasted load after the completion of certain capital investments identified and planned by Pepco, including the projects intended to address overloads at the Parkland substation. I see the question.
And can you please read your response to Part B there?
After recommendations represent the final forecasted values for each substation after any proposed projects, new loads or transfers. Note that the Y-Flint project was initiated to address overloads at Parkland substation.
Then in Part C, do you agree that the question asks you to provide the before recommendations for each forecast included in Schedule TOA-R-1?
For each forecast included in schedule, provide the before recommendations, correct?
And in response, you referenced a confidential attachment, correct?
Correct.
And those attachments, in your updated response, there was an attachment labeled OPC DR 26-15C, and then another one that was labeled C2.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to please look at the excerpted documents and see if you can respond to my questions without revealing confidential information so that we can try to avoid a confidential session.
Okay.
I'll give you a few moments to look at those pages.
Okay.
So, the document I have handed you contains an excerpt of OPC DR 26-15 Attachment C, which provides the 10-year forecast for Montgomery County.
Correct.
Mr. Allo, can you, without revealing any confidential information, are you able to tell from that document I have provided to you how the 10-year forecast for Montgomery County, specifically for the Park Lawn substation, changed between 2016 to 2019? For instance, if you can say if there was an increase or decrease in the load forecast during that time period from 2016 to 2019.
So decrease of, sorry, I'm trying to follow you. Decrease of what? I'm trying to.
How the 10-year forecast for Montgomery County related to the Park Lawn substation changed between 2016 to 2019.
So the forecast shows overloads.
And I'll remind you it's confidential, so
Yeah,
if you-
I'll stay from the numbers. It shows overloads, persistent overloads over the forecast period for each of the forecast windows represented in this document.
do you agree that they were decreasing between 2016 to 2019?
No.
I will reference a specific, well, I don't have the tab information from the electronic document to cite to you, but if you look at the megawatts between 2016 to 2019,
What do you mean decreasing? I don't see it decreasing. I think the overload remained consistent the first year, stayed up relatively consistent. The second year relatively consistent. The third year relatively consistent. Fourth year relatively consistent.
when you say relatively consistent, are the numbers exactly the same?
Not exactly the same.
Are they? So let's walk through each one. So in the 2016 time frame, without saying out loud, do you have the forecast number for the Park Lawn substation?
For the 2016 to
The 2016 10-year forecast.
for the 2016 to 2025 forecast period, I have the forecast numbers.
Okay, then let's go to the 2017 number. Is it a higher or lower number than the 2016 number you saw?
So you're comparing the actuals in 2017 for 2016 to the forecast for 2016 in the forecast for 2016 to 2025? Is that what you're doing?
I'm going through each page of that exhibit, and I am just trying to walk you to the
Yeah.
same number and whether it goes higher or lower than
Okay, got it. So I think you're comparing actuals to forecast, and that's always going to vary. Our forecast is meant to identify projected overloads in the worst possible conditions. So it's when you're trying to plan a particular system, you're trying to understand what the peak load for the system would be on that particular asset, and as such, it's whenever you compare it to actuals, depending on the weather conditions that occur in that particular year, the numbers are not going to match. They're meant for two different purposes.
Unfortunately, I don't have the electronic exhibit columns and lines to help walk through this, and I don't know if we need to get to confidential session to be able to explain this to Mr. Allo. But the question is simple. I don't know how to say it without revealing a number to point him to the. Let me see if I can help here. So you see the line.
Hold on. So should we go into confidential session?
It may be better to finish up all the public questioning
Yeah.
and go into confidential rather
Right.
than flipping back.
Yeah,
and
I
forth,
think that's right.
Depending on how much she has.
Right.
Okay, we will proceed that way. I will hold on this line of questioning for now.
What's that?
So we can turn to your direct testimony, part 1, on page 47, line 22, to page 48, line 3.
Direct testimony, page what?
Page 47, line 22, to
Okay.
page 48, line 3.
Okay.
There you state that the White Flint projects underwent internal review and approval, correct?
Correct.
During what years did White Flint undergo this internal review process?
2017, 2019, and 2023.
Turning back to your rebuttal testimony on page 43.
And there.
There on lines 19 to 21, you note that, quote, prior to COMAR 20.15.15, there was no regulatory requirement that Pepco perform formal non-wire solution evaluations as part of distribution project planning, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you aware of any Maryland law or regulation prohibiting non-wire solutions evaluations prior to that COMAR regulation?
No. And again, Pepco performed an alternative analysis that included evaluating the suitability of battery energy storage solution to address the Parkland overload.
Did you provide a copy of that study or evaluation that you were referring to?
No, we did not do a formal analysis of a non-wires alternative solution. We evaluated it as one of the alternative options that could address the overload at Parkland. But due to the nature of the overload at Parkland, deemed that the non-wires alternative solution would not solve the problem.
That was not my question. My question is, did you provide a copy of the study or evaluation that you did, that you were referring to?
I mean, my point is the four alternative options that were reviewed,
I
there is
need
no...
an answer to my question.
What was your question again?
Did you provide a copy of any analysis that was done?
No,
that you're
Pepco did not
referring-
provide any copy of a non-wires alternative that was done for this particular project.
Thank you. On page 44, line 11 through page 45, line 11 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss Pepco's affiliate ComEd's formal non-wires alternative screening and benefit cost framework. I have a few questions in that regard.
Okay.
You acknowledge on page 44, lines 11 to 14 of your rebuttal testimony that MEA's witness Balakumar's direct testimony pointed out that Pepco did not adopt ComEd's formal non-wires alternative screening and benefit cost framework, correct?
That is correct.
Was Pepco aware of ComEd's formal non-wires alternative screening and benefit cost framework at the time Pepco was evaluating the White Flint project?
The ComEd's regulatory environment is different from Maryland's regulatory environment. As part of an excellent company, we exchange best practices all the time, and Pepco is aware of ComEd's non-wires alternative screening and benefit cost framework.
Thank you. So you state beginning on page 44, line 14, through page 45, line 4 of your rebuttal, that affiliate practices are not binding, and that Pepco's planning is governed by Maryland law, not by Illinois policy choices applicable to ComEd.
Correct.
Right? Are you aware of any Maryland law or regulation prohibiting non-wires alternative screening and using benefit cost analysis at the time Pepco was considering the White Flint project?
I'm not aware of any Maryland law mandating the requirement of a cost-benefit analysis on non-wires alternative instead of Maryland.
I asked if you knew of any law prohibiting Pepco from doing such a non-wires alternative.
I guess my answer is that I'm not aware of any law requiring that we do one.
Thank you. On page 36, lines 18 to 21 of your rebuttal testimony,
Page 36, line
18 to 21.
Okay.
You state Pepco considered 3 alternatives for the Park Lawn White Flint substation solution. And those were rebuilding or expanding Park Lawn, installing energy storage, and energy management demand response tools, correct?
Correct.
When did Pepco consider these alternatives?
The Pepco considered the alternatives during the planning window for the White Flint substation.
Can you give me some year span?
2017, 2019, 2023, and still determined that the right solution was to build the White Flint substation.
Did Pepco perform any studies to analyze each of these alternatives?
When you say studies, what do you mean? Do you mean a formal non-wires alternatives? My answer remains no.
Did you do an informal?
Yes, we did.
What
That's
does
what we
that
call an alternative analysis.
What does an informal analysis consist of?
Informal analysis, and I can do one right here and basically explain why we didn't deem the battery energy storage solution to be a feasible solution to address the forecasted overload. If you're building, using the numbers that you provided here on the load table.
May I ask just to confirm?
Okay.
Are you telling me your opinion now, or did you do that analysis before then and you're reporting to me now what that analysis consisted of?
The later. We did that analysis then, and I'm basically demonstrating to you that the rationale and the analysis still stand based on the forecasted.
Your testimony, is that written out? The informal analysis.
In the PCC deck indicated that we indicated in the deck that we performed the alternative analysis. We indicated the reasons why we believed that the different options that didn't work wouldn't work, and our recommendation to move forward with the White Flint substation project.
Okay, but you didn't.
And forgive me for interrupting. Is this deck is in the confidential?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But there was no studies performed or provided, right? It was just the informal analysis that.
Again, there was no formal analysis, not NWA analysis done. Correct.
On page 37, lines 1 to 10 of your rebuttal testimony.
Page
37.
Okay.
Lines 1 to 10.
Okay.
You state Pepco chose not to pursue the alternatives because they, quote, did not offer sufficient capacity or lower outage risk for several substations and were inefficient to meet the projected load growth requirements, correct?
That is correct.
And so what type of analysis did Pepco perform to make the determinations that these alternatives were insufficient?
An alternative analysis that looked at the load forecast, the increased nature of the load forecast, evaluated the suitability of various solution options, and deemed them infeasible.
But there was no results of specific studies provided, right?
There was no formal, I don't have any formal documentation of the results of this analysis, correct?
In considering these alternatives, did Pepco perform any hourly constraint analysis to determine how long?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Also, it wasn't a requirement for us to provide that documentation, just to be
Yeah.
clear. It wasn't a regulatory requirement to do that.
Right.
Okay.
In considering these alternatives, did Pepco perform any hourly constraint analysis to determine how long and often the overload would persist?
Again, I've answered that question already. I know that's a preference of Mr. Balakumar, but we did not perform hourly constraint analysis because we didn't deem the solution to be feasible.
Do you agree that the company was capable of performing such an hourly constraint analysis at the time of its consideration of the alternatives for White Flint?
Repeat that question, please.
Was the company capable of performing such an hourly constraint analysis at the time of its consideration of the
I
alternative?
mean, we use hourly data to perform our analysis all the time. That is correct. It's the basis for our forecast process.
So did you perform any cost-benefit analysis of the various alternatives?
I think I've answered that. No, we did not.
Was the company capable at that time of performing such a cost-benefit analysis?
Yes,
At
the
time?
company was capable of performing a cost-benefit analysis, but we didn't have any requirement or regulation directing that we should, so we did not.
Is there a formal requirement to conduct hourly load forecast analysis? Is there a law that requires that?
It's a standard, yes. It's a standard and it's a requirement to perform the forecasting process, and the basis of that is 8760 forecast, hourly forecast numbers.
Is it your position that no other additional analysis can be done?
Many things can be done.
On page 42, lines 10 to 13 of your rebuttal testimony, you state there what you repeat here.
Page 42.
Lines 10 to 13, you note that the Maryland Commission has not required regulated utilities to perform an hours at risk analysis.
That is correct.
And are you aware of any regulation prohibiting performance of an hours at risk analysis?
I'm not aware of any regulation requiring an hour at risk analysis.
I believe her question was prohibiting.
Yeah.
So you're not aware, are you or are you not aware of a regulation prohibiting that?
No, I'm not aware of any regulation about hours at risk analysis, correct? Not prohibiting or requiring an hour at risk analysis. And the point I was trying to make is that there are several analytical methods available that could be used. And
No,
we,
I got
okay.
that. I just wanted to make sure you understood the
Okay,
question.
yeah, I did. Thank you.
I'd like to move forward in the timeline of Pepco's pursuit of the White Flint project. So on page 50, line 18 to page 51, line 1 of your rebuttal testimony, you reference...
Sorry, page 50.
Page 50, line 18.
Okay.
To page 51, line 1, you reference Maryland PSC order number 89868, correct?
Correct.
Do you agree that the order was issued on June 28, 2021, or Do you need me to provide you the order to
Sorry, repeat that. So line 18, line 18, page 50.
page 50, line 18 to page 51, line 1?
Got it.
And would you agree, subject to check, that the order was issued on June 28, 2021?
Say that again. Sorry, the order was issued.
On June 28, 2021?
Subject to check.
On page...
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I have a copy here.
You have a copy of the order?
Excerpt of it.
Okay.
I have an excerpt.
Thank you. On page 50, line 18 to page 51, line 1 of your rebuttal testimony, you state, quote, "The commission required stronger documentation before approving future recovery," end quote, for White Flint, correct?
Correct. So just want to make sure I'm clear. The commission required stronger documentation before approving future recovery. That's what it says, yes.
Are you aware that on page 94 of that order, the commission stated it, quote, "is not sufficiently confident in Pepco's load forecasting, consideration of alternatives, and cost-benefit considerations to allow recovery of each substation construction costs during the MRP."
That is correct.
Would you agree that the commission identified 3 separate concerns: load forecast, alternatives analysis, and cost-benefit analysis?
To allow recovery of such substation construction costs during MRP, yes, correct.
Would you agree that in that order, the commission expressed a desire for these analyses regarding this project?
No.
You were not aware of the desire that the commission expressed for such analyses?
No, I did not interpret this to indicate a desire for this analysis.
I'm not. Oh. Okay.
What was that? Order 89868.
In light of the commission's request, what do you characterize as additional documentation?
The White Flint load study.
So your interpretation of the commission's order 89868 was that it was asking you to do the White Flint load study.
That was what we did based on the commission order, correct?
And did you, in light of order 89868, which asked for load forecasting, consideration of alternatives, and cost-benefit considerations, did Pepco provide documentation of any alternative analysis?
Can you repeat that question again?
Did Pepco provide documentation of any alternative analysis?
No.
Did Pepco provide a cost-benefit analysis?
No.
In response to this order, Pepco commissioned the Quanta study following the commission's order, right?
That is correct.
And then on page 48, lines 17 to 20, in question 95 of your direct testimony. So, just to be clear, I'm asking you now to look at page 48 of your direct testimony.
Oh. Okay.
There you state that the White Flint project was needed because, quote, internal and third-party analysis confirmed White Flint as one of Pepco's fastest growing areas with redevelopment, EV adoption, and electrification driving load growth, end quote.
That is correct.
Then in the next Q&A, number 96, you referenced the third-party load forecast as a load forecasting analysis developed by Quanta.
That is correct.
The Quanta study is the third-party load forecast you're relying on, right? To
That is
support
correct.
the White Flint project?
Yes.
the Quana study was issued in 2023?
That is correct.
Have you reviewed that Quana study?
Yes,
And it was a load forecast study, right?
that is correct.
Do you agree? And you stated earlier, I believe, in response to OPC's question, that a load forecast reviews peak data, right? Does the load forecast study just identify problems but not spit out a solution to that problem, correct?
That's what a load study does, correct.
Did the Quana study consider non-wires alternatives for addressing the constraint issue at Park Lawn Substation?
The Quana study was a load study.
And a load study does not review alternatives.
It does not.
And does the Quana study include any cost-benefit analysis?
No, it does not.
So, did the Quana study include any hourly constraint analysis?
No, it does not.
Did Pepco commission any other studies following the order 89868 in response to the Commission's 3 concerns?
We did not commission any study other than the Quanta study.
And thereafter, Pepco continued to proceed with construction of White Flint?
Based on the internal forecast, which was consistent with the conclusion of the Quanta, the third-party forecast that Quanta did, the company evaluated alternatives and decided that the right solution still remained the White Flint substation and proceeded with the project. Correct.
And the internal studies you refer to?
I think we're coming dangerously close to repeating the same questions about the informal internal study that was not reported to anyone. So if you have a question different from that, the commission would appreciate it.
Yeah. Please turn to page 40 of your rebuttal at lines 7 to 8. And again, you've seen this before. You state that energy storage, DERs, and targeted energy management tools were considered, but were not capable of reliably meeting the 2027 capacity requirement for Park Lawn.
Correct.
And do you, again, recall any specific alternatives and what year those were considered?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
Those alternatives that you said you considered, do you recall what year those were conducted?
I'm going to object. It's asked and answered. He has said we considered alternatives in 2017, 2019, and 2023 at least 3 times, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So, you considered alternatives in 2017 and 2019. But then, do you recall in what year the COMAR regulation 2050-15 was established?
No.
Would you agree, subject to check, it was in 2025?
Subject to check, correct.
So you did analyses of alternatives prior to 2025?
Yes, correct.
I'm going to ask you to please turn now to MEA Data Request 6-2, which was attached to witness Balakumar's direct testimony as Exhibit NB4, page 3. Do you have Mr. Balakumar's
No, I don't.
testimony in front of you? approach with Exhibit NV4, page 3. Your Honors, do you have that, Sir Buttle? Okay. The testimony, Mr. Balakumar's direct testimony, it has an attachment at the end of. His direct testimony.
What was the data request, ma'am?
MEA data request 6-2. It's on NB, exhibit number NB4, page 3. May I approach the witness with this?
Yeah, I have it. I've seen it.
That data response was sponsored by you, right, Mr. Allo?
Yes, it was.
And that data request asked you to identify for, or asked Pepco to identify for each forecasted capital project and capital portfolio included in Pepco's filing.
Excuse me, which question are you referring to?
Question 2, MEA data request 6-2, which is,
Okay, no, that's it.
Okay.
That's what I want to know.
The data request asked Pepco to identify for each forecasted capital project and capital portfolio included in Pepco's filing, whether it had evaluated non-wires alternatives such as energy storage, flexible interconnection, and others, correct?
Correct.
And in response to that data request, did Pepco identify any capital project and capital portfolio that considered any such non-wires alternatives?
No, we didn't have any formal non-wires alternative done for any of the capital projects. Correct.
In that response, did you state that prior to the promulgation of COMAR 2050-15, Pepco was not required to evaluate DER differential?
That's been asked and answered
It
at
has
least
been.
3 times.
I'm not asking a question. I'm asking him to confirm that that was his response to the data request.
Your Honor, it's going to go in with Mr. Balakumar's direct testimony. We're not going to object.
All right. Look, I think, let me just say this, counsel. We've established that there was not a formal DER or non-wire solution study, that it was informal, that it was not reported to anybody. We've also established that the witness was not aware of a prohibition of such DER or non-wire studies. And I think the question and answers have established all of those things. So if you have questions to ask that are not confidential, that don't bear upon those topics, the commission would appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you. If there was not a capacity overload, would Pepco have still considered the same solution for White Flint substation?
Would Pepco have built a substation if there was no overload?
Yeah,
No.
if there was not a capacity overload issue,
Said no.
yes. Because there was 3 reasons you identified, right? Beyond capacity, you said reliability improvement.
Correct.
But if there was not, okay, so the next, did the company consider any other solutions for the reliability issues, not the capacity portion of the problem, but the reliability issues that was also the basis for your decision?
The driver of the project for the White Flint substation is capacity overload.
I'm going to ask you to please turn to MEA data request 6-12.
In the packet? Is it in this packet?
Yes, let me try to find that. It may be. In page NB4, exhibit NB4, page 8. There you reference without repeating any question, I would like you to review that response.
Sorry, which response?
To question 12B, part 5.
Okay.
And there you were asked about whether Pepco used an 8760 hourly load analysis.
Yep.
Your Honor, that's been asked and answered too.
I have not asked him about an 8760 hour analysis. But
Proceed, unless you have formal objection.
Mr. Allo, does an 8760 hourly loading analysis reveal how many hours in a year that the firm capacity limit would be reached?
It could. I think, but from a planning perspective, 1 hours or 100 hours doesn't matter. We have an obligation to ensure that the substation doesn't get overloaded. And as a result, once we see an overload, a peak forecast overload, we have to act.
So if there was only 152 hours out of 8760, you would still recommend moving forward with the White Flint substation?
That is correct. That is what engineering requires.
When you say that is what engineering
That is what
requires.
capacity planning engineering requires. When we are building a substation, we have a forecast for a particular substation for peak overload, and in those scenarios, you address the overload even if the overload is going to be for an hour.
I want to now address your attention to Pepco's response to MEA data request 6-4, which is also part of that set that I gave you.
Is this your MEA Exhibit 1?
It's NBA-4, page 4. It's
Oh.
question number 4.
Oh,
There you state that in the second sentence you state the request asks, identify all Pepco planning tools capable of performing feeder and substation level hourly constraint analysis, including tools used to determine dispatch duration, energy required, and avoided capital for any NWA or DER-based deferral alternative. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then, in response, you state in the second sentence there, Pepco performs hourly loading analysis and modeling each year. Is that correct?
Correct. That's the basis of our forecast process.
Is hourly loading analysis the same as the one we've been discussing?
No, it's not.
What is that?
So hourly loading analysis is basically taking historical forecast actuals and then overlay, whether normalizing the actuals, applying known load forecast, identifying overloads at substation equipments, and then doing an alternative analysis to determine the best solution to address those problems.
And so that analysis includes alternatives?
Yes,
And you did that in 2017?
and 2019 and 2023.
Okay. Did you provide hourly loading data as part of?
I think, again, this is another instance of a study that Pepco conducted, but that they admitted to not formally presenting to anyone else, I believe.
Is that true? Is that the
That is
same?
correct. Yes, it's the same,
Okay.
exactly the same thing.
Okay. I also now want to turn to questions about some investments. On page 114 of your rebuttal testimony, line 16 to 20. And I'm particularly focused on the ADMS and GIS ITN numbers 61876 and 62068.
Are we done White Flint, or are we just taking a break from White Flint?
I'm sorry?
So are we done with White Flint, or?
Oh, this question's not
Okay.
about White Flint.
Okay. I'm there.
Can you confirm whether the company is still seeking recovery of these assets in this case?
Yes.
To ITNs?
Yes.
Do you know the updated amounts of recovery the company is seeking for those?
It hasn't changed from the initial request.
Okay. I think I will now get to the point of questions in response to rejoinder.
The confidential section?
No, do you want me to turn to that for
No,
now?
I don't. Go
Okay.
ahead, proceed.
Well, this rejoinder questions are the ones that for which I don't have hard copies of exhibits.
Okay, so in that case, I think what we're going to do is we're going to start up tomorrow morning. We're going to start with that, then we're going to do the confidential items, and then we will move on to staff. I think that's the way we're going to handle this. So if you can get the documents that you're missing right now so that you can ask your questions, that would be the best way to proceed. So, yes. I'm sorry, what? Okay, I thought I remembered we marked and admitted his testimony, didn't we?
That's my recollection. I believe
Oh,
it.
Yeah, I believe we did. Okay.
But, Your Honor, I would like to move in MEA-1 into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted. What?
I hesitate to speak up, but wasn't there part of it that was confidential?
It is, and I'm going to say.
Okay.
Handle that. Thanks, Jay.
Yeah, I was looking out for you, Doug.
Yeah. All right, so we will meet here.
Your Honor, just so you know, that MAA 1 has those confidential pages. So part of it would be confidential. I think it's 3 pages.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be MEA 1 for
MEA
the
1,
public
MEA
portion?
1C then.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
We're adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10.
Your Honor?
10?
What?
The administrative meeting is tomorrow at
Oh, you're right. Immediately after the administrative meeting. What? Can I adjourn?
Very short.
Well, I can't tell what.
I'm a little cold.
I'm doing.